Superior Court of Fulton County is now in session. I'm the Chief Judge, Eric Levy, presiding. Court come to order.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183-572. See Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Boss and Mr. Sharp. Good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Nard, good morning. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Sr. Appreciate you telling me about Matthews Jr. We'll wait on his arrival at some point. All right, Mr. Nichols, and Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garner. Good morning. Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams, good morning. All right, Ms. Love, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Atkins, and Messrs. Brown and Smith, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Investigator Belknap back outside? Okay, all right. Any take up before I call for jurors?
No, that was my wrong.
All right, anybody? All right, have a hearing none. Can we have Investigator Belknap please come back in? All right, starting, summon our jurors first, please. You can have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
President Sean
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, jury. Good morning. All right, without further delay, we're going to continue with our current examination. Ms. Hilton.
Detective, you're still on the oath, okay?
Sorry?
You're still on the oath.
Yes, sir.
Now, yesterday, I think we left off talking about training. Are you an instructor?
I am.
And what courses do you teach?
I teach a variety of courses regarding gang investigation and prosecution. Two of the primary ones that I assist in instructing are the Georgia Gang Investigators Association's Basic Gang Investigator Certification and Intermediate Gang Investigator Certification courses.
And in order to develop your curriculum, do you speak with anyone to determine what information you should be including in your presentations or in your teachings?
I do.
Who do you speak with?
We often speak with officers and investigators, both those primarily assigned to investigate street gangs, but also those who are not primarily assigned to investigate street gangs. These could be patrol officers or detectives assigned to other specialized units investigating a variety of crimes.
And as a result of those conversations, have you found that there's a gap in what responding and patrol officers know about recognizing gang evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Oh.
Yeah, yes, we have.
Okay, and what is it that you've learned just in the course of gathering that information?
So really, my goal in creating the training is to identify those gaps, and we find sometimes that gap is the ability to recognize gang identifiers when seen, to understand the context of those gang identifiers, also to recognize the signs or indicators that a particular crime might relate to the gang's activities and not just be independent in nature. Those happen both at the patrol level, responding as a first responding officer to the scene of a crime, but also for investigators who are gathering information beyond that initial call that may contribute to the overall understanding of the crime itself.
And Detective Belknap, how many gang cases have you investigated over the course of your career?
I truly couldn't count the number of investigations I've been involved in, but it's certainly in the thousands.
Okay. And when you investigate gang cases of particularly confirmed gang members, do you review their criminal histories?
I do.
Why?
It can be informative, especially from the perspective of gang investigations and uncovering the patterns and practices and behaviors of a particular criminal street gang. Oftentimes we connect dots with current crimes from crimes that have happened previously.
Propensity.
Oh, sir.
And in looking at their previous history, have you uncovered that some of those confirmed gang members have previous arrests?
Yes.
And have you had uncovered that some of those confirmed gang members have prior convictions?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the distinction between the arrest and the conviction?
So arrest is the probable cause standard. It means that there is...
Your Honor, I would object.
Oh, the objection.
So it means that we've found enough evidence to meet the first tier standard to get an arrest warrant for a particular crime. However, we must then investigate further, and then that is ultimately brought before a judge or a jury for that final standard of a conviction.
Object, full screen.
Oh, sir.
For the actual conviction of a crime. So an arrest certainly does not ultimately and always end in a conviction.
And in looking at confirmed gang members, either previous arrests or convictions, do you look into the facts surrounding either the arrest or the convictions?
Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing those cases, have you found, in some of those cases, evidence of gang involvement that may or may not have been charged?
Yes, oftentimes we do.
May I ask the court?
What's the basis of your objection, sir?
It's vague. I don't know what case
I'll stand as to that, and you can rephrase.
Sure, Your Honor. In your experience of investigating just confirmed gang members and looking at just generally their history, have you found cases in which there were previous arrests or convictions, and you looked at the facts of those cases and determined that there was gang evidence within those cases?
I have.
Right. And in those prior cases, have the Gang Act always been charged?
It has not.
And does the fact that a gang charge was not put on those prior cases,
I'll stay in this form.
and looking at those prior cases, when you've evaluated them and looked at the evidence, what if any thoughts go, what if, excuse me, let me strike this. It is a bad question. Does the fact that a gang warrant was never issued for a defendant's arrest mean that it was not a gang crime?
Your Honor,
I'll stay in the question.
What's the basis, Your Honor? That's,
It's an improper question. You know I can interrupt you at any point in time, right?
You definitely
Okay,
can.
so-
I would just understand
All right,
the
so,
basis.
all right, it's an improper question among many things.
Does the fact that the warrant was not, that there was no charges, mean that there was no evidence of gang involvement?
Leading question.
I'll stay in this form.
What, if anything, does it mean if there's gang evidence but no arrest charges?
Your Honor,
Basis.
I don't,
You have to say objections, because Ms. Weaver's taking it down, so please say objection, and then please tell me what the basis is.
three bases. Vague, no foundation, I don't know what case we're talking about. Irrelevant.
I'll stay in it.
We'll come back. As a gang investigator, do you always take out gang warrants when a known gang member is alleged to have committed a crime?
An answer on yesterday.
You can stay with me, that's what I tell you, and then I can give you any questions.
And Your Honor, just,
I'm gonna overrule the objection, and please stand, and so Ms. Weaver can go ahead and get that for purposes of what she needs to do.
Please see who's speaking.
Okay.
and I'll repeat the question.
That's not the first time she's told all of you that, so please go ahead and do that.
As a gang investigator, do you always take out gang warrants when a known gang member is alleged to have committed a crime?
No.
Why or why not?
Gang crimes are not status offenses whereby if a gang member or an identified gang member commits a crime, it thereby is considered a gang crime. What we're investigating is whether this crime is part of the gang's activities or has some connection with the actual gang, not only with the gang member themselves.
And when you are determining to take out an additional warrant for gang activity, how do you determine if a crime is in furtherance of the gang?
Your Honor, that goes to intent.
Please object, Mr. Steele, and stay.
That's my objection, it goes to intent, 7.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir. Yes, Mr. Sharp, what's your objection? Huh?
As an objection, Your Honor, they can file.
Your Honor, he's
I'm gonna
saying,
overrule your objection, sir. You can answer the question, please, if you can.
As we discussed when I was here back in November, we typically view the primary interests of the gang as being the pursuit of money, power, and respect. As we're evaluating those things, we may look at whether a particular crime has had certain impacts, including was the crime potentially committed as retaliation against another person for an insult against the gang itself or a gang member? Did the gang receive proceeds, money, something else of value from the commission of this crime? Was the crime committed in a highly visible manner such that victims or witnesses may know or be able to determine or identify that a particular gang committed this crime? Did the gang member boast or take credit for this crime, maybe on social media, as a way to enhance their own reputation or gain promotion within the gang? Was there evidence that this crime was intended to establish or maintain or reinforce or enhance the gang's reputation? Is there evidence that the gang itself is taking credit for this crime as a way to intimidate others or promote itself? All of these reasons plus others, including whether the crime was committed with other gang members in that cooperation that is a benefit provided by the gang itself. Was the crime committed within the turf or territory claimed by the gang? That's sort of their protective area whereby they use that area to commit some of their crimes. So those are some of the things that we may consider in trying to reach that conclusion.
So I want to ask you hypothetically, if an individual commits an armed robbery in broad daylight around 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they have a YSL tattoo on their face, and they rob a person without a mask with other individuals, would that be evidence or something that you consider to be in furtherance of a gang?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis, Mr. Sharp.
This is invading the province of the jury.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Additionally, Your Honor, it's a mirroring hypothetical.
It's a what hypothetical?
Mirroring hypothetical.
We're facing an improper. Board answer.
That the state's response, is there a case law? I don't know. Is there a case law to support a mirroring hypothetical?
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
And may I place an objection on the record, to call for an ultimate conclusion, Your Honor.
You're right.
Overrule, Mr. Matthews. Yes, yes, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Can I have a continuing objection to intent? Not beyond the ken of the jury, that's my objection.
I'll give you a continuing objection, but I'm not gonna give it on that basis. Okay? All right.
Your Honor, could we all have that continuing objection?
Yes, sir, you may. Okay, all right.
You may answer.
Yes, it certainly could be. And with gang identifiers, of course, we call them identifiers because the intent is for the person to be identifiable. Again, not necessarily by the police, but oftentimes by rivals, potential victims, witnesses, et cetera.
Okay. And let me ask you another hypothetical. If a person secures a location for gang members to congregate and sell drugs, but that person doesn't himself or herself get caught selling any drugs at that particular location, has that person furthered the interest of the gang by providing a location where its members can meet and sell drugs?
Objection.
Basis. I stand as to form.
Hypothetically, if a person secures a location for gang members to congregate and sell drugs, has that person furthered the interests of the gang?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Part of the foundation for being able to sell drugs is having a place to do that. A place of safety is very important to that. It's a dangerous business. And by providing that location, you've now facilitated their ability to sell with some relative safely their narcotics to earn income that supports, of course, each individual, but also the group as a whole.
Also, in your experience, does paying a bond for a fellow gang member who commits criminal acts promote or further the interests of the gang?
Certainly.
Why and how?
That's also part of that network effect. While gang members benefit individually from their crimes and from the proceeds of those crimes, there's also a collective agreement within most of our street gangs where if a particular gang member is in need of financial help because they've gotten into trouble, oftentimes been arrested for their participation in the gang's activities, that they will receive assistance from other gang members, oftentimes in the form of bond, maybe in the form of hiring legal counsel, maybe in the form of placing money on their books within the jail.
Now, how do you determine whether a crime is committed by an individual or in furtherance of the gang? How do you make that determination when you're looking at cases?
So we talked about some of those factors a few minutes ago.
You have an objection, Mr. Steele?
Yes.
Basis.
Asked and answered, A. And B, it's, I'd just like to continuing objection. Goes to intent. Not beyond the ken of the jury.
Not intent, sir. I'll give you a continuing objection, okay?
And then asked and answered.
All right. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
As mentioned a few minutes ago, some of the factors we consider as to whether an individual is committing a crime for the gang are going to be things like who did they commit the crime with, the location where the crime occurred, and we also look for evidence of the benefits of that crime. is this a crime that's part of the gang's typical activities and therefore serves to maintain or enhance their reputation within the gang? Does this crime enhance their own reputation as a gang member? Are they flaunting the proceeds of these crimes on social media or some other public way? We know that they are seeking that money, power, and respect, so we're looking for those motives behind an individual crime. There's a bit of a misconception about gangs generally, and what I found in my experience and has been supported.
Hold on. I'll sustain the objection as to being non-responsive. You can ask an additional question.
Was there a second part to your question?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
So there's often a misconception about gangs generally, and the reality is that, in my experience and supported by over 100 years of social science research, is that gangs exist on a continuum from highly organized criminal enterprises to loosely organized delinquent groups. Most street gangs operate primarily as entrepreneurial opportunities for their members. Members may commit crimes that benefit them, at least in the short run individually, but they benefit from the collective of the gang in that they receive protection from rivals or enemies. They receive support in case they're in some kind of trouble based on enemies or potentially an arrest. They also benefit socially from this. Gangs certainly have a social aspect to them, and that's a big part of the cohesion of a gang and these criminal organizations. But most of them do not have structures where there's a hierarchy or a money flow necessarily from the bottom to the top. Most operate where the gang members themselves are independent actors who may specialize in specific crimes and are simply a part of this collective whole.
In your experience in investigating gang activity, does outwardly displaying or saying a particular gang's name or lingo during a crime have any bearing on whether you evaluate the crime as a gang crime?
Certainly.
Why is that?
Well, that goes back to the gang committing the crime in a highly visible manner such that a victim or witness can identify that a particular gang has committed that crime. Oftentimes, the gang crimes we're investigating may be retaliation against someone else for an insult or a slight against the gang or its members. So they'll want the other gang to know, and they need the public to know that this is retribution for that. That heads off future issues of the same kind. Also, gangs are groups where violence is rewarded, and the ability and the posturing of violence is rewarded. So by doing crimes where it's obvious that you and your gang are committing a particular violent crime is another way to enhance or grow the reputation of the gang itself.
And I want to go back to some of the tweets that we looked at yesterday from Mr. Williams. Back in
From Mr. Williams.
From the Young Thug account on Twitter.
I'll sustain the question. You can just rephrase it. Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to look back at some of the tweets from the Young Thug account on Twitter from yesterday. Back in 2011 to 2013, there were a number of symbols or identifiers that show disrespect to the Crips. In your knowledge, training, experience, are you aware of members of the Crips also being members of YSL?
I am.
And do you know some of those members, who they are?
I do.
Okay, if you can name a few.
Martinez Arnold and Sergio Kitchens for two.
Now, understanding that YSL, as you define, is a hybrid gang and claims blood affiliation, based on your knowledge, training, and experience with hybrid gangs, explain to the jury how a hybrid gang can transition from the disrespect of Crips to embracing members within the gang, the members of the Crips within their gang.
So the term hybrid gang actually incorporates just this type of endeavor, just this type of group. And this term goes back over 20 years and is used to describe gangs that form from an overlap of oftentimes disparate groups, including members of rival gangs coming together within a separate group for specific intended purposes. And in many cases, what we see is that as gangs are ultimately in this pursuit of money, power, and respect, they'll leverage relationships with other gangs, even traditional rival gangs, if it suits their purposes in their pursuit of those three objectives.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did you mention specifically Martinez Arnold and Sergio Kitchens? Did either of those two individuals disavow their membership as Crips to be a member of YSL?
Not that I'm aware of.
In your experience as an investigator or gang investigator, have you heard of the terminology trap, the trap?
I have.
And what is your understanding of the trap?
It's a place where narcotics are sold.
And in your experience as an investigator, have you encountered any such places within Atlanta used by any particular gangs in Atlanta, a particular trap?
I have.
Okay. And specifically with YSL, in your experience, have you identified a particular trap that they use?
I have.
Okay. Where's the location?
There are several locations that they use. One of them, I believe, is 2539 Browns Mill Road. They've also frequented locations at 221 Cleveland Avenue and 151 Cleveland Avenue.
And the location at 2539 Browns Mill Road, do you know if that particular location had a name?
I do.
And what is that name?
It was called The Web.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 34. And have you seen this exhibit already previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in that picture, do you see the person identified as Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
I do.
All right. The individual in the back right-hand side with the jewelry on his neck, do you know who that individual is?
I do.
How do you know who that is?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may, sir.
And while we're
Court has
waiting,
overruled the objection and will notice the continuing objection. Okay?
and while we're waiting for 34, well, let's back up. Before we get to that, I just asked you a moment ago about Browns Mill Road being called no, I'm gonna strike that. Looking at Defense Exhibit Williams 34, the individual with the chains on in the back, do you know who that is?
I do.
And who was that?
This Demetrius Flannery Jr.
Okay. And do you know who his father is?
I do.
And who's his father?
Demetrius Flannery Sr.
And what do you know about Demetrius Flannery? Is Demetrius Flannery Sr. the founder of Black Mafia Family?
Yes.
And what is Black Mafia Family?
Black Mafia Family was a street gang that was a large nationwide drug trafficking organization.
Okay. And did they have another name that they went by?
Another name?
Did they have initials? Did they go by BMF?
They did go by BMF.
And to your knowledge, did BMF, after having their drug enterprise, try to start an entertainment group or a company?
They did.
Right. And to your knowledge, what did they call that entertainment group or company?
BMF Entertainment.
And in your experience, is that uncommon for gangs to try and flip their business to make it appear legitimate?
Your Honor.
Basis, first, Mr. Steele. Basis.
Not qualified under Daubert, no notice.
Okay, overrule, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, that's called for speculation.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Yes, Mr. Sharp, overruled, sir.
You may answer.
Yes, other gangs have done this.
And
Your Honor.
Basis. All right, come on up.
I'm sorry,
Did he pose it at the bench?
I'm sorry.
The renewed motion, I'm not sure, Mr. Steele, you doing a renewed motion now?
He did.
Okay, he did already.
He did already, I'm going to all three applicants, in the comments responses.
So I want to go back to the last question. In your experience, is that uncommon for gangs to try to flip their business to make it appear legitimate?
No, it's not.
Okay, and have you seen that as a gang investigator dealing with criminal street gangs here in Atlanta?
I have.
If you can give the jury some examples of how you've seen that here with your experience here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Even just with some examples from this case, Rock Crew, Red Cartel both tried to do the same thing, as did their rival gang, YFN.
And hypothetically, is being a rapper and a gang member mutually exclusive?
Not at all.
Is being a rapper mutually exclusive from being part of an enterprise?
It is not.
Is being a rapper mutually exclusive to being a person who commits crimes?
No.
Is being a record label and having, being a rapper and having a record label, is being a gang member and having a record label mutually exclusive?
Basis, foundation, always first.
I'll overrule the objections.
And let me ask you this, in your experience in investigating individuals who are gang members and also musical artists, are these things mutually exclusive?
They're not.
In your experience, do gang members sometimes use their money to promote the gang or recruit new members?
Absolutely. It's one of the foundational things they do.
In your experience, is it common for rappers that are affiliated with gangs to shout out their gangs in their song or in their music?
It is.
Foundation. Foundation.
I'll sustain the question.
Let me ask you this specifically as it relates to YSL. Have you heard songs by YSL members in which they shout out their gang YSL or any of the associated gangs, 30 Deep or Rock Crew?
I have.
To the form of this question, gang YSL.
I'll overrule the objections, Mr. Steele.
I have.
In your experience, have you seen gang members have a music label or entertainment company that has the same initials as their gang?
I have.
Tell the jury how have you seen that?
So the examples I just gave, Rock Crew and Red Cartel both did this, as did their rival gang, YFN.
And what about ABG?
ABG did as well. I don't know if they ever actually had a record label themselves, but this is actually a trend for many of our gangs, including ABG. Particularly in this time period from 2010 to 2012, almost all of them would continue to use their gang name and then add entertainment at the end of it and call themselves record labels.
This is go to intent, is my objection.
Overrule the objections, sir.
And what you've seen with other gangs here in Atlanta, is that consistent with what has occurred with YSL, the gang turned into YSL, the music label?
Basis, sir.
Not beyond can the jury.
I'll overrule, sir.
It is consistent.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
start. Ladies and gentlemen, you good?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Investigator Belknap, how are you, sir?
I'm well, and you?
I'm well. Thank you. I believe that you just identified Demetrius Flannery in a picture that was shown to you by the state?
I did.
Okay. And you spoke about the actions of his father, correct?
I don't believe I spoke about the actions of his father.
Okay. Okay, Demetrius Flannery, let's just talk about him, the individual in the picture. He was 5 years old when his father was incarcerated, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You are not sitting here claiming that the actor, Demetrius Flannery, is involved in illegal activity, are you?
Are we asking about senior or junior?
I'm asking about the individual in the photo that was shown.
Okay, no, I'm not alleging any criminal activity by him.
He's an actor.
As far as I know, yes.
He's appeared in a high school drama named Euphoria. Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Starring Zendaya. Are you aware of that?
Accidentally said he's not familiar with.
Are you familiar with it?
I'm not.
Are you familiar with the movie Taurus starring Megan Fox that he appeared in?
I'm not.
And he was 5 years old when these individuals from BMF were arrested, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You testified about some social media posts by Christian Eppinger, correct?
Yes,
Or
sir.
that appeared on Christian Eppinger's page, or a page purported to belong to Christian Eppinger.
I did.
Okay. And you said that he refers to himself as YSL Briss on the social media, correct?
Yes, that's the vanity name on the social media account.
Okay. And you also talked about some Twitter posts under the name, what was the name? Thugga Thugga?
No, sir.
Young Thug?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you talked about those Twitter posts, and you also, as part of your direct examination, talked about a picture with my client, Shannon Stillwell, standing with Quentin Porter, correct?
I did.
Okay. So, the social media of Christian Eppinger, are those posts that you were following and you collected as part of your investigation?
Some of them are, yes.
Did you pull those posts, or did someone else pull those posts for you?
I believe I pulled some of those posts, and some were pulled by other people.
Who were the other people that pulled posts?
I couldn't tell you specifically.
Who gave you the posts?
They were not given to me. They were part of this demonstrative for the jury.
Okay, who sent you the posts? Did the district attorney's office send you these posts?
I'm trying to make sure I'm accurate in answering your question. They created the demonstrative that was used in the jury, but I was not sent the individual posts.
Okay, so the district attorney's office created your demonstrative that included those posts, and then asked you to talk about them in court.
Well, I don't believe it's my demonstrative.
Okay, their demonstrative.
It's a demonstrative that was used during my testimony.
Okay, I think we get the idea. The alleged Jeffrey Williams social media posts on Twitter under the name Young Thug. Did you pull those posts?
I did not.
Who pulled those posts?
I don't know who specifically pulled those posts.
Who gave those posts to you?
Again, the posts themselves were not given to me, but they were compiled into the demonstrative, and that was shown to me by the state.
Okay, so the state, when did they show you this demonstrative?
I honestly don't remember specifically when, sometime over the last couple of weeks.
So over the last couple of weeks, you knew that you were going to come in and testify.
I did.
Okay, and the state prepared a demonstrative and showed it to you.
That's correct.
Okay, and your understanding, and you don't even know who pulled the post.
I don't know who specifically pulled the post, no.
Okay, and you notice that there's bolded words in those posts, correct?
I did.
Do those bolded words tell you that whomever pulled the post searched all the posts for specific words?
The presence of bold text would probably tell me that was a search term, but as far as what they were searching, the second part of your question, I don't know that I could determine that just from that.
So someone in the district attorney's office just searched Twitter for keywords such as shoot and blood and slime, correct?
Again, I don't know who actually performed that search.
Okay, did you ever go back and examine Young Thug Twitter posts in total? Did you ever go back beyond what was given you by the state and search all his posts?
Well, in terms of ever, we were monitoring, and I was monitoring his social media at the time when many of these posts were
I
made.
didn't ask ever, in preparation of trial.
Your Honor, you did let him finish his.
It was non-responsive.
It wasn't.
In preparation of trial, did you go back and review all his posts in total?
I did not review all of them, no.
Okay. Who gave you the picture of Mr. Stillwell and Quentin Porter?
That was part of the social media post I reviewed from the state.
Okay, so the state pulled that and then gave it to you in preparation of you testifying.
Again, I don't know who pulled the picture, but the state was the one who provided it to me.
Okay. Investigator Belknap, you've been investigating gangs in Atlanta since what year? I believe you testified to this. I missed it. So what year did you begin?
I've been in the gang unit since 2009.
2009. Is it fair to say that you've been investigating gangs in Atlanta since 2009?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what year did you begin investigating YSL?
YSL investigation would have been 2013.
Okay. And I believe that you've testified that you consider YSL a hybrid gang.
I do.
Okay. Your investigation of YSL over the last 11 years or so, that would include an investigation into the structure of YSL. Is that fair?
I don't know if we necessarily investigate the structure. That's not necessarily the object of the investigation, although structure is one of the things that's uncovered during an investigation into a street gang.
What about, it would include investigating suspected members?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and it would also include investigating what you would deem common identifiers of YSL?
Yes, it does.
And that it would also include investigating the rules of YSL, correct?
Yeah, so to the extent that a particular gang has rules, it would be included.
Could you repeat that answer again? To the extent?
To the extent that a gang has specific rules, yes, that may come out in an investigation.
Okay. And now you've also, have you investigated traditional gangs before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Traditional gangs, let's talk about that for a minute. To obtain membership in a traditional gang, is there some sort of, in the general term, ceremony or some sort of things that people generally have to go through to become a member?
Yes, and it varies by gang, but there is some form of initiation, sometimes including rituals.
Okay, those rituals could include being beaten into the gang, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and could you describe in a traditional gang that you've investigated what beating into a gang would be?
Sure. So a beat into the gang typically is a set period of time where a prospective member is to endure a beating by a set number of members of the gang.
Okay, traditional gangs also you've seen in your career sexing into a gang, correct?
I know that this is a practice within gangs. I don't recall working a specific case in my career involving a sex sin.
Okay, fair enough. And also in traditional gangs, you would agree that the initiation process could include a requirement of committing certain violent crimes, correct?
It certainly can.
Okay. Isn't it true that in the 11 years that you've been investigating YSL, you haven't found any specific requirements or initiations required for people seeking to claim YSL?
No, I have not.
Okay, you're not aware of any beating in?
I would want to refresh my memory before giving you a final answer on that. I believe we have had some situations in our schools where some students were beaten and said that the beat-in was to join YSL.
Children?
Yes.
Okay.
Juveniles, I would say.
All right. Do you have any evidence that any individuals here today were involved in any beat-ins?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. You're not aware of, and all those other things that we talked about for the requirements of joining a traditional gang, those don't exist for YSL, correct?
So no, we haven't seen the traditional gang methodologies that were asked here as far as joining YSL now.
You're not aware of any, when someone wishes to join YSL, of any official vote of existing members or anything like that, correct?
I'm not aware of one.
You're not aware of any certain individual or person who's like the dean of admissions that decides who can join YSL or not?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And no, someone that wants to claim YSL can unilaterally declare themselves a member. Isn't that true?
I do not believe that's true.
Okay. We'll talk about that. Okay, let's talk about rules, gang rules. You would agree that traditional gangs, one thing that you often find with traditional gangs, whether you're searching houses of gang members or cars of that, or different, or jail cells maybe, you can find a book of knowledge, correct?
We often do, yes.
And that's for traditional gangs.
That is correct.
Okay, and what is a book of knowledge?
So a book of knowledge is a document created by the gang or its members that often gives a history of the gang. It gives rules for the gang, how members are to conduct their behavior within the context of the gang. It often may have codes that the gang uses, their rules, their structure, things of that nature.
A code of conduct?
Oftentimes, yes.
Okay, and who writes these books of knowledge in traditional gangs?
They're created by the gang and they're copied and distributed by the members.
Okay. And you've seen books of knowledge before in Atlanta?
I have.
Okay. Could you give me an example of a gang that you've seen have a book of knowledge?
Sex, money, murder as an example.
Okay. All right. In your 11 years of investigating YSL, isn't it true that you've, to your recollection, never seen a book of knowledge for YSL?
So I have seen several books of knowledge that came out of the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Okay. Children?
Juveniles, yes.
Okay. In your investigations, when you're investigating people that you feel are members, you personally, have you seen books of knowledge?
I have not seen books of knowledge.
Okay. Have you seen, and And the books of knowledge are what typically contains written rules for the quote-unquote gang, correct?
Yes, that's typically what they would contain.
Traditional gangs require dues, correct?
Oftentimes they do.
Okay. In your investigation of YSL, have you found any sort of formal due structure for YSL?
I have not.
All right, and I wanted to talk to you about false flagging, okay? And could you just explain what is false flagging when an individual who is not a member of a group claims that they're a member of the group?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that can happen through social media, correct?
It could, yes.
It could happen in person.
It could.
It could happen through someone who's not a member of a group wearing certain clothing that expresses to the world that they're a member, correct?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Someone who's not a member of a group wearing certain clothing that sends a message to the world that they're a member, but they really aren't. That would be false flagging, correct?
It could be.
Or flashing signs or gang signs that indicate that they're a member of a group that they're not really a member of, correct?
It could be, yes.
Okay, and with traditional gangs, there are consequences for false flagging. Wasn't that your testimony yesterday?
That's correct.
Okay, and examples of those consequences would be what?
Typically, it's going to be an act of violence. It could be a beating. It could also be ultimately death.
And just to be clear, we're talking about for traditional gangs.
We are.
Okay. Okay. In your investigation of YSL, you said you monitor social media, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've seen hundreds, thousands of people in Georgia on social media hashtagging SLAT, correct? Is that fair to say?
I don't know if I've seen thousands.
Hundreds?
I don't even know if I've seen hundreds of different people hashtagging SLAT.
Okay. What about hashtag ESPN?
I don't know that I've seen hundreds.
Okay. You've seen people in the community hashtagging that, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by in the community.
Do you feel that every person that's ever hashtagged SLAT or hashtag slime is necessarily a YSL member?
I don't know that I've seen every post that's hashtag SLAT or slime. I would certainly say that the ones that I can recall, there surely are incidents where someone's hashtagged it that may not be a member of the gang, but I haven't seen a lot of instances of that.
Let's make it simple. You're aware of athletes wiping their nose, correct?
I am.
On national TV during football games,
Sure.
NBA games,
Yeah.
okay? You're aware of athletes saying slime,
Yes.
okay? Have you determined that those athletes are members of YSL?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So we talked about traditional gangs and the repercussions for false flagging. Isn't it true that in your personal knowledge and knowledge as a gang investigator, you're not aware of repercussions for false flagging for people who claim YSL?
Again, I'd want to review some things before giving you a final answer, but I do believe we've had some incidents, particularly with younger members, with fights related to someone claiming to be YSL and others rejecting that assertion.
In schools?
In schools, but also, I believe, outside of the schools as well.
Okay, you spoke to myself and other attorneys last week, correct?
I did.
And you said that your understanding is there may have been a couple incidents in schools about children or students arguing about who's really YSL, correct?
That's correct.
All right, that's the extent of your understanding of any repercussions about false flag, correct?
Yeah, to my recollection, that's
For
correct.
YSL.
That is correct.
Okay, and you don't have any information through your investigations that any of these gentlemen have sought to punish anyone for false flagging YSL?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Thank you. Your Honor? I'm going to approach with one picture to begin with.
The exhibit number or?
It's DS4, what I've marked as DS4.
You see DS4,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
Investigator Belknap, do you recognize the individual depicted in DS4?
I do.
Is that person Micah Anderson?
It is.
Okay. May I publish the picture to the jury, Your Honor? Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to admit DS4 into evidence.
Any objection to DS4?
None from the station.
All right, DS4 is admitted. Officers, you see it?
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Belknap, that is Micah Anderson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I believe you testified that, in your opinion, he is a gang member.
Yes, he is.
And what gang is that?
He's a member of ABG and Sex Money Murder.
Okay. In your expert testimony, he is not a member of YSL?
No, sir.
Okay. And he's also a rapper, isn't that correct?
He is.
Oh, okay. And this picture is taken from the video that was shown yesterday behind the scenes of his rap video, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, the state, you're aware that at least back in 2015, he had a significant other?
I am.
Okay. And who was his significant other's name?
Arshelian Bennett.
Okay. Arshelian Bennett. Okay. And the state asked you for an alias of Micah Anderson yesterday. And what was the alias you gave?
Ola Playa.
Okay. Isn't it true that Micah Anderson has a second alias as well?
Yes.
Doesn't he also call himself, and people call him King Slime?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, sir.
Investigator Belknap, I just handed you what's marked DS5. Do you recognize the young lady that's in the middle of that photo?
I do.
Okay, and who is that young lady?
So I've seen this picture before, so I know that that young lady is Arshelian Bennett.
Okay, you're aware of the existence of this photo?
I am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to admit DS5 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
May I publish?
DS5 is admitted. You may officers, you see it.
Okay, and the lady in the middle, is that Arshelian Bennett?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, and the shirt that she is wearing, could you read what it says?
It says, Free King Slime Ola Playa.
Okay, and are those pictures of Ola Playa, also known as Micah Anderson, also known as King Slime, on the back of her shirt, if you can tell?
I can, and they are.
Okay, thank you. Now, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Investigator Belknap, I just handed you which has been marked DS6. Do you recognize the gentleman in that photo?
I do.
Okay, and who are those gentlemen?
I believe that's Marcel Mayfield and Fremando Crenshaw.
Okay, and is that a still from the video that was played yesterday in court by the state?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I want to ask you, in which individual, in your honor, I move to admit DS6 into evidence.
Any objection?
Not from the state, Your
All right, DS6 is admitted, you may be published as you see fit.
And Investigator Belknap, the individual, which individual is Mr. Fremando Crenshaw?
He would be the person on the right.
Okay, is that the person wearing the beads without a shirt on?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Fremando Crenshaw to go by a nickname?
I do.
What is that nickname?
YSL Mondo.
Mondo. Do you believe that Mr. Crenshaw, Mondo, is a YSL member?
I do.
Okay. In your investigation, did it reveal that, and to your knowledge, he was a founder of YSL?
He does claim to be a founder of YSL.
Is Mr. Crenshaw still alive?
He is.
Does he live in the Atlanta area?
He does.
Okay. And this founder of YSL who lives in the Atlanta area, is he charged on this indictment?
He is not.
Was that your decision?
I did not draft the indictment.
Was it, to your knowledge, the district attorney's office under Fonnie Willis who drafted this indictment?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Was it the district attorney's office that drafted this indictment?
To the extent that I can testify about the district attorney's office's business, I believe it was.
I beg the court's indulgence just for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Belknap, do you know, as an investigator, you go to court for these cases, correct?
I'm sorry?
Do you go to court for the cases that you investigate, correct?
Oftentimes, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether Mondo has ever been represented by Fonnie Willis?
Objection, relevance.
I stand objection.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Cross, I'm ready.
I do, Your Honor, you said to take up that matter. Rule of completeness.
Come on. do a little bit, and then we'll probably recess a little bit before 12:15. Okay, and I'll tell you for your lunchtime consideration, all right? So we're in recess for about 5 minutes. Investigator Belknap, you can do the same, sir. All right, we're in recess. All right, jury's still out and Detective Belknap has stepped away, so what's on your mind?
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Sullivan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I understand that the court is going to wait until each tweet comes in to make a ruling. However, what it appears that is going to happen, Your Honor, is there are sheets of tweets like this, and we can bring it up for the court to see, in which there are a number of tweets on the pages. And at this point, the defense has not asserted, and before they can bring in any of these tweets, the defense, there are some steps that need to be taken, and those steps have not been taken yet. Step one is, step one is, the defense has to show where we've misinterpreted the particular tweet that we introduced. And then they have to show, in response to that tweet, which tweet it is that will explain or clarify the tweets that we put in. What it appears that defense counsel is going to do, Your Honor, and again, it's on the screen, there are just sheets of tweets from a variety of dates. Some of these dates are not even dates of tweets that we introduced to say that that completes the story or completes that particular tweet, and it does not. And what this essentially will be doing, it will be self-quotation in which Mr. Williams is trying to get in through this witness, his self-quotation, and none of this explains any of the tweets that we introduced. So first, what Mr. Steele has to do is identify the tweet that we said incorrectly, that they need to clarify, and then show which tweet is going to respond directly to that tweet. And that has not occurred yet, Your Honor. And what the state does not want to do in front of the jury is to keep objecting, because again, these are sheets, and we keep showing you this packet. All of these are the tweets that Mr. Steele served on us to introduce, and this is the packet we got yesterday. The last week, there was another packet that has different tweets, and this one's a little bit darker. I don't know if we can pull this one up, but these tweets, again, are just rows and streams of tweets, again, not showing how these particular tweets that he would like to introduce explain any tweet that the state has brought in. So until Mr. Steele or Mr. Williams through Mr. Steele can identify which tweet we said incorrectly and which of these tweets are in response to that tweet, Your Honor, that is why the state said we will be objecting to the entirety of package A or package B, because this is not specific enough, and we don't want to delay the jurors coming in or delay the process of the case moving forward, but we wanted to be clear, Your Honor, as to what the objection will be, because there is no specific responses to the tweets that the state has entered. So that's what we would be asking of Mr. Steele through Mr. Williams, to identify which of these tweets directly responds to the tweets that we introduced.
Okay. Mr. Steele, are you going to identify, I assume you're going to identify as your predicate foundation the tweet that the state has used, and then you're going to follow that up. Is that correct?
Sure.
But Your Honor, how? Like, what tweet here? You got to identify which tweet so we can have that argument now. Which tweets did we misrepresent, and which of these tweets are in response to that? Because if he's just trying under 801, most of this outside of what's in direct response to that tweet is self-quotation, and it would be hearsay.
Okay, just like you can't tell him how to try your case, he can't tell you, you can't tell him how to try his case. So if he wants to go ahead, now, I agree with you, it's subject to a foundation, it's subject to identification of a statement, and if that has not been done, then of course the court will rule accordingly, or I may intercede on my own, because in order to prevent plain error. So we'll have to just wait and see how it goes. But I understand what you're saying, Ms. Hilton, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay, folks, given that it's almost noon, about 10 minutes of noon, and I have an unrelated meeting related to some of our cyber issues that we're attending to as a court at 12:15. I would propose that we maybe just go ahead and have lunch. Sergeant Ingram, was our lunch here? Is lunch here for Sergeant Ingram? Hold on. To close, what time does it usually get here?
5 minutes.
All right.
Okay, so look.
food downstairs.
Oh, it's not down there yet, Judge.
Okay, all right. Sorry, name some of our jurors for me, please. We're gonna go ahead and just break for, and you can bring Detective Belknap in, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All judge present.
All right, thank you, sir, I'm in room. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, with your permission and concurrence, given the fact that it is close to the noontime hour, and the court has an unrelated meeting that I have to attend to starting about 12:15, I thought, with your permission and concurrence of our advocates, that we would put a pin in it and let you take lunch and have you come back for 1:30. Unless you have some strenuous objection to the contrary, I'll go ahead and recess you at that point in time. Investigator Belknap, I'll go ahead and excuse you as well. If you come back for 1:30, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any minister inquire with me? All right, remember my admonitions as they still apply to you, huh?
It just got here.
Okay, all right. They apply to you even while you're at lunch and in places where you're not in our line of sight. But if you should leave your headquarters, leave your notepads in the basket. And remember the admonitions that I've gone over with you and will continue to go over with you. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back at 1:30, okay? All right, we're in recess. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We'll see you back at 1:30, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get back, go ahead and get started. Detective, come on up. All right, so I mean, summon our jurors for us, please. Does our witness need to be in here?
May I continue my thoughts?
No, because we switched examiners at this point. No, did you? That's right, we haven't started yet. How many more questions do you have to ask? And don't misrepresent to me.
No, 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes.
No. No, because it won't be 5 minutes, and you stopped, so. All right, and, because, hold on, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Mr. Sharp, I'll give you 5 minutes exactly. Anything over 5 minutes, you've got to agree to stop, because you should have stopped your examination at this point in time, and it's not fair to anybody else at this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's your caveat. If you can live with that, because I could cut your examination off at this point in time.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Summon our jurors, please, sir. Start my stopwatch here. No, with the lions. Like in Bugs Bunny? Yeah. Or the pit? I was just hoping you could do the Star Trek like and just kind of like beam up. This guy is taking. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Sharp, come on up. You have 5 minutes. Your time starts now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Investigator Belknap.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to talk to you about a couple more things. The web, that came up in your direct testimony.
It did.
Is that a house?
It is.
And the address is, do you know the address?
I do.
What is the address?
I believe it's 2539 Browns Mill Road.
Okay. And that's a freestanding house?
I believe it is.
Have you been there before?
I don't recall.
So you're not sure if you've ever been to this location before?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it across the street from Browns Mill Golf Course?
It is.
Okay. So you know generally where it is, but as I said, you're not certain you've been there.
I've worked in that area for quite a long time. I don't recall if I've been to that specific house before.
Can you say that you've ever been inside the house?
Again, I don't recall if I've been inside that house before.
Okay. I believe on direct, you indicated, was it your testimony that it's a trap?
I don't believe that was my testimony.
Okay, so just to be clear to the jurors, you are not saying that the web is a trap house?
I don't believe that question was asked of me.
Okay, that's fair, so that's not your testimony?
I don't believe that I've testified to that.
Okay.
If I wasn't asked it.
Okay. Are you aware of any specific individuals and dates that people have been arrested for selling drugs at 2539 Browns Mill Road?
Off the top of my head, I'm not.
Okay. So as you sit here in court today testifying to this jury, you cannot name any individuals who have been arrested for selling drugs at 2539 Browns Mill Road?
Arrested there, not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, and certainly you can't give any dates?
No, not without reviewing.
Fair enough. Maybe the court's indulgence briefly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are familiar with this indictment?
I am.
Overt Act 104 deals
Not familiar with it.
with Mr. Durante Beebe. You know, strike that. I'm gonna ask you about, on direct, you testified, I believe, that about gangs becoming involved in the entertainment industry.
I was asking questions about that, yes.
Okay. You would agree that popular music, is full of references to gang activity or gangs at this point in 2024, correct?
I would disagree that pop music is full of gang references.
Would you agree that a large amount of popular music makes references to gangs?
I don't think I would agree with that.
Okay. Are the references to gangs made in pop music?
There are.
Okay, so your disagreement is a disagreement in degree, but not whether that exists or not.
Yeah, I would say that's accurate.
Okay. Did you see Snoop Dogg perform at the Super Bowl
I did.
in front of over 1 million people?
Yeah, I did.
And he did, in fact, crip walk to a cheering crowd?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And this industry that has adopted these gang references, you would agree that that is in fact a multi-billion-dollar industry at this point, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Vagueness?
I'll sustain it as a form. You can
The
rephrase it.
popular music industry that has adopted these gang references, you would agree that it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Still vague.
I sustain the objection. Just rephrase it, sir.
Okay. You would agree that the music industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Yes.
And as stated, you would agree that the music industry has willingly adopted references to gangs in the music.
I would not agree with the fact that the music industry has as a whole adopted gang references.
Okay. Parts of the music industry?
Yeah, I think that some in the music industry have accepted the gang influence in popular music, yes.
Okay. How many, you would agree that one of the largest stages for the music industry would be performing at halftime at the Super Bowl, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
There's 6.5 minutes already.
And
Come on, let's wrap it up.
And at halftime at the Super Bowl, there were explicit references to gang culture.
Unfortunately, yes, there were.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, thank you for the extra time. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir.
You may begin.
Thank you. When you just said, unfortunately, to the question the Honorable Mr. Shard asked you, I just want to make sure that I'm tracking you, okay? You said specifically that a human being showing a crip walk or a C or a gang component, identifier, that's what you use. You said that that's unfortunate that that's being shown at the Super Bowl. Is that fair to say? And if I misunderstood you, just correct me.
That's an inaccurate reflection of my testimony.
Okay, what did you say?
It's an inaccurate reflection of the question, actually, that I was asked.
Explain what you said, and I think your word was unfortunately.
I did say unfortunately, and what I found through my experience, what a century of research has shown, what the community at large recognizes, is that criminal street gangs are bad. They're bad for society. They're bad for their victims. They're bad for the communities that are plagued by them. They're even bad for the members themselves. At some point in many gang members' lives, they realize that. Many of them step away from that life. Others aren't given that opportunity. So, to the extent that the largest musical stage in the world provided an opportunity to present gang identifiers in a way that could be seen as positive, I see it as a net negative for society as a whole.
But there is absolutely nothing illegal about me going on the Super Bowl halftime show and doing this with my hand, like a C is what I'm trying to do. Is that true?
There's nothing illegal about that.
And there is nothing illegal about me going on the halftime show at the Super Bowl next weekend, or this weekend, I guess, and doing something like that, like a B, right?
There's nothing illegal in that act.
And the fact that you find it, and I'm not criticizing you at all, but the fact that you find it, my word is repugnant, that's the difference between America and, like, let's say Russia, right?
No, sir, it isn't. And I also didn't say that it was repugnant.
That was my word.
It was, but you're misrepresenting my testimony, and I do not believe that that's the difference between America and Russia.
Well, let's break that down. In America, would you agree with me, and Georgia, people have the right to expression. Is that true?
It absolutely is true.
And people have the right to association, right?
They absolutely do.
And if I want to wear a cross around my neck or a tattoo of a cross, that's my belonging, right? That's my being.
It absolutely is.
And I have the same preference if I want to wear something that, let's say, another religion, Muslim or Hindu or Buddha, right?
That's certainly true.
But in certain countries, and I used Russia, but in many countries, unfortunately, well, maybe not unfortunately, many countries across the world, people's expressions get diminished or put down, right?
Oftentimes they do.
And the fact that I'm just using myself, have a YSL tattoo on my face, and I sing about drive-by shootings, and I am seen all the time doing a crip walk or doing a B for the blood gang sign. I've done nothing wrong under the law in Georgia, right?
That would be correct.
And what you have told the jury through your testimony and shown them are certain, and we're going to cover everything, okay? And if I leave something out, I didn't mean to, so just correct me. But you've shown certain Facebook accounts of Mr. Eppinger, right?
That's correct.
You've shown Twitter accounts of Mr. Jeffrey Williams, right?
That is correct.
You have shown videos involving Mr. Trantavius Stevens, right?
Yes.
You've shown music videos with what I will call trailers, but if that's the wrong word, just correct me, but parts beforehand and then you get to the music. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's fair.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go through a couple things. First of all, I just would like to briefly talk about Mr. Christian Eppinger's Facebook with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
And if you need to bring up anything else, please just do so. All right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury on Mr. Eppinger's Facebook or social media how many photographs he has that he has posted or someone posted with Jeffrey Williams.
I don't recall seeing any posted pictures of him with Jeffrey Williams.
And the reason I'm saying that he posted and then I changed it, we really don't know, unless you're there, I guess, or unless somebody videoed it or admitted it and it was believable, we really don't know who's doing the posting. Is that fair to say on social media?
No, I don't think that's fair to say.
Okay, well, if you had access to my social media account and you wanted to get on and post something, could you do that if you know how it works?
Yes, if I had access to your account, I absolutely could.
Okay, and to your knowledge, do you know that other persons have access to Jeffrey Williams? We're going to break it down, but Twitter account.
I don't know who all has access to Mr. Williams' Twitter account.
Well, did you read his tweet whereby he says that my management does my tweets with me?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Hearsay, sub-quotation.
I sustain the objection.
This is not hearsay, goes to the postings by other persons.
I'm going to sustain the objection still. You can rephrase it, Mr. Steele.
Okay.
You can direct it.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Williams' management did not control his Twitter account?
I would say yes.
Okay. We're going to talk about a couple of posts if the judge lets me, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Steele,
Now-
please don't do that.
Now, let me ask you this. Going back to Twitter that you talked about, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many Twitter postings on Jeffrey's Twitter account. So I'll move from Mr. Eppinger's Facebook to Jeffrey's Twitter account, okay? You with me?
I am.
How many times is Mr. Eppinger in any way mentioned?
I'm not aware of any tweets mentioning Mr. Eppinger.
All right. Now, let's just talk about a couple things, if you don't mind. And let's start with Trantavius Stevens, okay? Do you remember looking at and identifying in your direct testimony yesterday, and it would be, if you can help me? Thank you. State's Exhibit number 52A, and then there's going to be a 52B as well, okay? If you don't know them by the exhibits, with the court's permission, they're in evidence, I'm going to play them. Or parts of them. If you need to see everything, just let me know, okay?
Okay, we'll see.
Is that 52W, Mr. Steele? 52W Alpha?
It's you. It should be 52U, right?
W is the two videos of Mr.
Stevens?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
while they're doing that, and thank you very much, while the Honorable Prosecutor is helping us out, can I ask you just a couple questions?
You may.
Do you have an understanding of the music industry where you tutored under someone?
No, I was not tutored under anyone on the music industry.
Do you have any analysis? Did you ever work with or consult with an expert, let's say, on African American culture?
I have not.
Do you have any, in preparation, let's say, for this case and your investigation, have you ever met with and consulted with and tutored with somebody who focuses on hip-hop?
I have not met.
Do you understand what I mean by hip-hop?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I haven't met with a consultant or a tutor.
I couldn't hear you.
I have not met with a consultant or a tutor.
Okay. And then hip-hop has really 3 components, I believe. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what component you're talking about.
Okay. Rap music, one component of hip-hop. Do you know that to be true?
Maybe.
Graffiti. You know that to be true? If you don't know, that's fine.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. All right. Are you aware that hip-hop is approximately half a century old?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know that it comes from before we were even a country? It comes from slavery, the music. Are you aware of that?
I've heard some people draw that connection, yes.
And it is part of telling the story of people who were beaten down or put down in America. You realize that?
I think there's a lot to that question more than just the simple question that you've asked.
Well, answer it however you need to answer.
The genre of music as a whole covers a large breadth of experiences and voices, and I've certainly heard people draw connections between today's modern hip-hop and older forms that have come from previous times and even previous centuries.
You're talking about slavery.
Certainly in that time period, yes.
All right. I believe that the Honorable District Attorney is up. And I'm just doing this for your memory and the juror's memory, okay? This should be 52A, I assume? Okay, Your Honor, may I play 52A? It's already in evidence.
You may, sir.
And it's a 2-minute, 16-second. We don't have to play the whole thing, but I just want you to get an understanding. And I want you to tell the jury as we're watching this, what does Mr. Stevens do? He's sitting in the passenger seat, right?
He is.
Okay, what does he do wrong or illegal that this is part of your testimony? Go ahead, if you don't mind.
You gon' start, you won't share it. Your life will take make sure you share it. Ain't no telling who this is. Make sure wise you share it. When you ride, you better know who shoots. Hey, don't you care that season cooling? That was young cooling right now. There's something bad that season in the line. I just had him in the line. Yeah, I just caught a line in the line. He look like, who the fuck is those guys? Look like the balling. Aren't you young cool? Nah, I fuck cool, though. Coolie boo. You better get out of that damn line. I bet that homeman in that line standing. Yeah, I bet he would never be standing in no damn line. Never, bro? Yeah. Damn, just see police standing in line. Boys. Man, Joe, you gotta put that up. We got, wait. looking for him. Hey, where that little red room at? You got that little red push on. You got the red Louis on. And that red Gucci on. You got that red LK bag. I got that red LK swag. Me and him black. Me and him black. And some men black. Black, nigga. Nah, that's not so bad.
What was your question, sir?
What did Mr. Stevens do that was illegal?
I don't believe this video contains any specific illegal act.
Now, the fact that he used the word blat, that's okay. You take it offensively, do you?
I'm sorry?
Do you take that word offensively?
I do not.
You don't?
Do I take offense to the word blat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, B-L-A-T-T, blood, love, all the time.
And what was your question? I'm sorry.
Do you take offense to that?
I'm not offended by it, no.
Okay. And then he uses the N-word. I assume you heard that.
I did.
Okay. And that is offensive but people can talk, right? People can speak. Right? That's America.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what your question is.
It's America. He can say that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with... I'm so sorry. It
Using
kind of
the
went all over the
N-word.
place.
In that video, if he wanted to use it, he can use it, right?
He can, yes.
All right. So the reason that you put that in is because of his word blat. I didn't say you put it in, but the reason you talked about it was because he used hashtag blat and the word blat, right? That's what you testified on direct.
Yes, that's part of what the video does show, yes.
And rolacking.
That is correct.
Again, a word, right?
Yes, several words as well as his association with the other person who's in the vehicle.
And association, again, people can choose to associate who they want to so long as they're not committing a crime that furthers the interests of the gang, right?
Well, people can associate with who they want to even if they are committing crime. The freedom of association extends to everyone.
Well, if you and I associate together to commit a crime, that's an illegal act, right?
The commission of the crime would be certainly an illegal act.
But just associating with the person sitting next to him, he can do that, right?
Yes, he certainly can.
All right, now let's go to 52B, as in Barry Bravo. If you don't mind. Thank you.
They don't know about that one. Hey, man. Homies on homies. Hey, homies. What it be like? Hey. Hey, go ahead. Okay. Turn that my motherfucking blood, homie. Black. Maybe, you know, if it's black, they niggas say black. Real niggas say black, blood niggas say black. Trying to catch up with little bro. Hold on. Yeah, you y'all up when you get through. Who's saying that? When they get through.
And my same questions on that. You heard, I assume, homie?
I did.
And you told the jurors on direct examination that homie is a gang term?
I did not say that, actually.
Okay, what did you define homie as?
I said that the word is often used within gangs, but is used outside of gang culture as well.
homie, blat, Rolex, and then tattoo. Is that fair to say that I summarized what we just watched?
Yes, all of those things were in the video.
And then also the RO5 instead of a C on the bottom, and we booling instead of cooling. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything about that is illegal?
The video does not contain any specific illegal acts.
All right. And if I wanted to get a tattoo that said Rolex, or the two guns, or the triangle, I could do that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you testified to this jury that you know what slime means. Remember that?
I did.
And you testified that slime never, I think you even, and if I'm wrong, just say, that's totally wrong. You even smiled and said slime you never heard meant slug, love, I, me, everyone. Remember that?
I remember. I think you're misstating the testimony.
Tell the jurors.
Well, I don't recall exactly what the question and response were either, but I don't believe that was the testimony.
Okay, well, have you heard slime be used as an acronym of slug, which is Mr. Stevens, one of his nicknames, right?
Yes.
Slug, love, I, me, everyone.
So if I remember the question from yesterday, or previous testimony correctly, the question was, I've interviewed multiple YSL gang members, and have I ever heard them define slime in that way, which I haven't.
Okay. Well, since you reviewed Mr. Williams' Twitter account that is in evidence now, you're aware that on that Twitter account, there's a song called Slime.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, self-quotation, a violation of the rule.
I sustain the objection for that this time.
Are you aware that there is a song called Slime by Ola Player?
I don't believe that I am.
Are you aware that there's any song where there's a lyric, slime is slug, love, I, me, everyone? Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay. Well, if I'm wrong, and just come in, you're going to testify again, I heard at some point, just correct me, okay?
I'm not familiar with the song, so I don't know that I'll be able to.
I'm telling you the song's called Slime by Ola
Objection, Your
Player.
Honor. Argument is
I sustain the objection.
I will not argue with you. If you could, listen to a song called Slime by Ola Player, okay?
objection, not a question.
I sustain the objection.
Would it help you if I played the song to listen to the words?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has testified he does not know the song.
I'll play the song.
You can play the song for me if you want.
I need to mark it.
Overrule the objection.
What number is it?
And I have another basis, Your Honor.
What's the other basis?
Here, sir.
Overrule the objection.
Can you give me a number by any chance? You know what number? 40? Your Honor, I'll mark this on the thumb drive, number 40, Mr. Williams. 42. I apologize, Your Honor, it's 42. And can Mr. Kokomo share the Zoom?
Yes, he can.
And can we publish it when able?
In Your Honor,
Madam,
we would object, one, to it being played outside before the witness could hear it. And two, we believe it's self-quotation because we believe the song is by Mr. Williams and Ola Flyer.
can you all approach for a second, please?
what time it is and just get to the certain section? Your Honor, it's 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Through what? Through what time, Mr. Copeland?
And I will be ending it at 1 minute and 35 seconds.
He said 1 minute, 35 seconds.
All right, sir. All right, whenever you're ready, sir.
Your Honor, we believe we just saw the lyrics and not the music, so we just say it's going to be that particular portion, then the music needs to be played, not.
That's what, that's why I didn't take it. So.
Walking chandelier, bust on crystal clear, engine in the rust, on the love, and what the eyes for eye, the M is for me, and what is now the evil everything.
Did you hear that, Detective?
I did.
Okay. Now, when you gave your testimony yesterday about you've never heard anyone describe slime in the way you just heard on Mr. Williams' number 142, did you ever do a Google search?
No, I did not.
Did you know that question was coming?
No, sir.
You had no idea that the state was going to ask you that question?
No, I thought you meant your question.
No. Yesterday on direct exam, you knew that question was coming, right?
I did. I knew the state was going to ask me what slime meant, yes.
And did you do anything in preparation to say, I want to make sure my testimony is accurate?
I did.
But you never bothered to Google music?
Well, no, I didn't Google it because in my experience investigating this gang for a decade, we have quite a trove of information about the gang, what these words mean to them, including clothes that they wear, that Mr. Stevens wears, that other members of the gang wear, that has a definition of slime on the actual clothing.
Okay. Did you miss that as well on the Twitter account that you were testifying about? And when I say that Twitter account, I'm talking about Mr. Williams' Twitter account.
Did I miss what?
Slug, love, I, me, everyone. You didn't see that?
I did not see that posted on the Twitter account.
All right. Let's talk about, if you don't mind, Jeffrey Williams. You were not a police officer until what year?
Until 2005.
And through your investigation and your work, you're aware that his brother Beanie was killed on the 13th day of August 2000, right?
No, I was not aware of that.
That never came up?
Not that I can recall specifically, no.
Remember any songs, listening to the songs where that comes up?
Not that I can remember.
Now, when talking about Mr. Williams specifically, were you aware the date or the year that he first started to perform in front of establishments or in establishments?
I couldn't say specifically when he started, no.
Were you aware that he was trying to rhyme words since he was about 12, 13, 14?
No, sir.
Were you aware that he did not have money to go to studios? Do you know what a studio is?
I know what a studio is.
Have you been to studios?
Yes.
Okay, how many studios have you been to?
Maybe a handful.
What is a handful?
I don't know. Maybe 2, 3, 4.
And do you know that when an artist wants to, if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure, wants to perform their music, they want to sometimes record it to have it memorialized or preserved. Do you realize that?
I do know that.
And do you know that the studios at times cost money?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Williams did not have money to go to a studio when he first started?
I don't know about Mr. Williams' finances related to his studio time.
Are you aware that people helped Mr. Williams, I'm going to be specific, to go into studios and perform and be recorded?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'm asking if he's aware.
Objection.
I'm not aware of the extent to which someone helped him get into a studio.
Do you already testified, and it's, forget the number right now, but it's a picture of Mr. Quentin Porter, also known as Boo. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
And you mentioned him that he was these might be my words, but an influential person in the area of Cleveland Avenue. Is that fair to say?
He was, yes.
And were you aware that he and others like him paved the way for Mr. Williams to get into studios and establishments to perform?
I have some awareness that Mr. Porter was said to have helped Mr. Williams with both of those things.
And Mr. Porter was involved with, these are my words, it's just correct me, almost in charge of, or one of the people in charge of, or a high-ranking member or a influential person with Rock Crew, which later morphed into, I believe you said, a different gang. Is that true?
That question was kind of all over. Would you mind
I apologize. Let me ask again. Mr. Quentin Porter, Boo, he was one of the higher leaders, I don't know if that's the right word, but so you correct it, of Rock Crew for a while. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. And Rock Crew might have been different areas, but it had kind of like the neighborhood in Cleveland Avenue is what you told the jurors. Is that fair to say?
If I tracked with the question, yes. Yes.
And eventually, I think you said that Rock Crew organized with a bigger traditional blood gang. That's what I thought you said.
They did.
Okay. And still, Quentin Porter, I know, God forbid, he's not with us anymore, but he was still influential or a high-ranking member of that Bloods traditional gang, right?
So I don't believe I testified as far as his association with the traditional gang.
Is that true, then?
I have to think about how I would explain that. I don't know that I could say about how influential he was within that traditional gang association.
Okay. Were you aware that through, and not just Quentin Porter, but others, they provided Jeffrey Williams the opportunity to go to studios, establishments, and have protection from being robbed? Are you aware of that?
I am.
Okay. And that's correct, right?
Yes, as far as I know it is.
And when an artist, or a person who wants to be an artist, sometimes people, or it could be a lawyer, or a detective, people kind of, at times, if they're fortunate, give them opportunities to do what they want to do. Is that true?
That is true. And
in this case, you know through your analysis that, and I'm just using his name, Quentin Porter, but a lot of people in that area gave Jeffrey Williams a platform. They were playing his music, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Said if he knows.
I stand objections.
Do you know whether people in that area that we're talking about, Cleveland Avenue area, and then we're going to branch out, were supporting Jeffrey Williams' music?
There certainly were people in that area supporting him.
And were you aware that people would post signs in those days, not necessarily the way we have it today with all our social media or chats or whatever, but people would actually say, come out to the bowling alley because Young Thug is playing. Are you aware of that?
Are you asking about signs or people saying that?
Both.
Well, I would object to the people saying it part, but that'd be hearsay.
Also saying
And I don't recall seeing signs from that era posted with the description you're giving.
2007, 2008, Mr. Williams would have been, do you know how old he is in 2007?
2007, he would have been 16, I believe.
16 going to 17?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You don't have any, you don't remember seeing and hearing people say, you know, let's go here?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I state objection.
Did people promote Mr. Williams to go and watch him perform?
I'm not sure what people were talking about.
People in that area, whether they're in a gang or not, did they get behind him?
Objection.
If you know.
Speculation and vague.
If you know. Do you know, do you know whether the community held him up? Do you know that, his music?
I'm not even sure what you mean by as far as held him up.
Promoted him, advertised him, said let's support him. Are you aware?
Objection, hearsay.
Same question.
All right. How about when a person then becomes modicum of success, like Mr. Williams, okay? When he's first starting out in 2009, 10, 11. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging people that helped him along the way, is there?
No, there's certainly isn't.
And you realize that his Twitter account, when I say his Twitter account, Mr. Williams' Twitter account started January 15, 2011. You realize that?
I don't think I knew the start date for his account.
Well, you have access to his account because you testified about it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, if that's wrong, you let us know, okay?
I don't believe that I have the date, and I have no reason to dispute that.
And do you realize that that Twitter account, I'm assuming that you looked at the basis for that Twitter account, is all promotion for his music. Do you realize that?
Objection, that would be sub-quotation.
I state objection.
I'm not asking for anything except his knowledge of that Twitter account that he testified to, sir. Tell the jurors what that Twitter account targets, since you are familiar with it.
I'm not even sure how to answer that question, what it's
His
targeting.
music. I'm focused on his music. Is that true?
I would disagree that the account is all about his music.
Okay. What example do you have, or examples?
I think quite a few of the tweets that we reviewed during my testimony had nothing to do with his music.
All right, then we're going to talk about those. I told you that earlier, I promise. Do you realize that there's over 46,000 tweets by Mr. Williams on that Twitter account?
I have not counted the tweets.
Do you realize that that Twitter account is still active today?
Yes, sir.
Do you, and it's called X now, right?
That it is. It's correct.
And do you realize that the tweets that you pulled out were one line by, I think you stated earlier, by a word search? Is that your understanding?
I don't think that was exactly my testimony. It does appear, based on there being a bold letter in the tweet, that it was done through a word search. I wasn't there for that process, nor am I testifying about what that process was.
Well, you knew you were going to testify about those tweets, right?
I did.
So I presume that you looked around for the context of those tweets before you got on the witness stand and raised your right hand, right?
I wouldn't say I looked around for that context. As I said previously, we were monitoring his Twitter account even during this time period and watching tweets come in, including some or maybe even all of these.
Okay, perfect. Then you're familiar with the tweets surrounding the tweets that you identified.
I obviously don't remember the tweets around every one of these.
I'm not asking you to remember, but I could show them to you. You've looked at them, obviously.
At some point, likely yes.
Perfect. Okay, let's talk about some of these tweets, if you don't mind. And I think we have it, but if I need your help, can I ask you for this? But I think we may have it. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I believe it's already in evidence. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 31, if Mr. Kokomo can assist, Your Honor. Tell me if you can do me a favor and orient yourself with State's Exhibit number 31, okay?
Yes, sir.
You ready?
I am.
All right, now with State's Exhibit number 31, this is dated July 1, 2012, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's from what I'm calling Jeffrey's Twitter account, Young Thug, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you see that mark, True Religion mark?
I do.
Next to it. If you did this yesterday, don't do it again, but if you didn't, just show the jurors where the True Religion mark is on the screen above you, if you don't mind.
I don't believe I did it yesterday.
Could you do it then?
Right here.
Okay, and it's, looks like almost, and I know it's not exact, but like a horseshoe?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm assuming since you're testifying about it and you've studied for years Mr. Williams' Twitter account, you know the background of that symbol, right?
Well, I think, again, that misrepresents my testimony.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to misrepresent your testimony. Tell me what I misrepresented.
That I, for years, studied Mr. Williams' account.
You didn't do that.
I wouldn't say that I was studying his account. I've certainly seen a number of his tweets and reviewed them as part of our investigations.
All right, well, let's go through this. That symbol, I'm just calling it a symbol, that's True Religion symbol, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And True Religion, if you know, is pants?
Well, so I want to be specific. That symbol, I believe, is meant to be the True Religion logo or used in that way. It's not identical to that logo, nor is that character, I believe, the actual logo. Okay. Just so we're clear.
Okay, that's fine, but similar to, I guess.
Yes.
To make it correct. And True Religion, which is a fashion item, right?
It is.
And you're aware that Mr. Williams is, I would be an icon in fashion. Is that true?
I don't know that I would be aware of that.
Okay. He's in clothing lines, and fashion means a lot to him, if you know.
I don't know how much fashion means to him.
Okay. All right. And also, you're aware that True Religion, that sign has a guitar with it. Are you aware of that?
Am I aware of?
The pants has a guitar with it.
That has a
guitar, a musical instrument? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of a guitar.
I'm correct, right?
No, I don't understand your question.
Objection.
Does it have? It's in the tweet.
And big, I guess, what is in the tweet? And now we're talking about True Religion jeans. So, True Religion jeans is relevant, and it is.
Excuse me, this is a speaking objection.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain.
Are you aware that the True Religion jeans has a guitar, musical component?
Objection, relevance.
I'm making it relevant in one more question.
I don't understand the question. Am I aware that True Religion jeans has a guitar?
Yeah, are you aware of that?
That question makes no sense to me, I'm sorry.
A picture of a guitar with the jeans, are you aware what I'm?
Are you asking about their logo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture their logo. I think they do have a version of that where there's a guitar in it.
And then, are you aware that they took that symbol that is similar to a horseshoe from Buddhist
Objection.
teachings?
Big. Who?
The True Religion, it's also a religious component. Are you aware of that?
Objection, relevant.
The origins of the True Religion logo are outside my expertise.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Williams is involved in music?
I am.
He's involved in fashion?
I don't know the extent of his involvement in fashion.
At all?
No, sir.
You don't know the Spider brand?
I've seen the clothing, but I don't know his involvement in it, no.
No idea. Okay.
I don't.
And the religious component means humility. Do you realize that?
Objection, speculation.
All right. Now let's go through this. July 1, 2012, State's Exhibit number 31W. And it says, follow my little bros at cartel with a K _DK and rock crew _Little Rod right now. Did I say it fairly correctly?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Little Rod, just to be clear to the ladies and gentlemen, jury, has nothing to do with Mr. Ryan, who's on trial here, and as far as you know. Is that true?
As far as I know, it does not.
Okay. And to prepare for this tweet and tell the jurors, I presume you went to DK Cartel on that day and Rock Crew, Little Rod on that day, and saw that they're asking people to follow Jeffrey Williams' musical career.
No, I didn't review their tweets from that day.
Okay. Did you realize that on that day, because you said that you reviewed tweets around that day, right? Tweets for that day to prepare for testimony?
No, I didn't believe that.
First 2012, Mr. Steve.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I don't believe that that was my testimony.
Did you review, to prepare for this jury, did you review the tweets to put in context of what Mr. Williams is tweeting?
I reviewed the tweets that were going to be shown to me on the stand, and some of them I viewed within their context, and others I did not.
Okay, well, let's talk about these in context, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as Mr. Williams number 43, Your Honor, if I may. These are the tweets around the same time, with Mr. Kokomo's permission.
Your Honor, can we, objection,
Basis.
that he, first of all, said he was gonna show it to him, he hasn't introduced it, he just put up evidence that has not even been admitted.
I sustain the conviction.
Are you aware that on June 1, 2012, Mr. Williams,
Objection, Your Honor, that's gonna be hearsay.
this is not hearsay.
I'm over the rejection.
Are you aware that Mr. Williams, on July 1, 2012, at the time of that tweet that you just talked about, was on his way to Chattanooga, Tennessee, to a Stop the Violence concert?
No, I'm not.
Did you ever bother to look at the tweets that surrounded that tweet to prepare for your testimony today?
I wouldn't put it in that context, but no, I did not review the tweets around this.
I'm going to show you those tweets. Did the state show you the tweets that I gave them?
I don't know what tweets you gave them.
Well, did the state show you tweets around July 12, 2012 to prepare for your testimony?
I don't know the dates of all the tweets that I reviewed.
Did they tell you that I gave them tweets?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
All right, well, let me show you what I will mark as Mr. Williams number 43. Actually, Your Honor, I need 1 second. I have to get I wrote on my copy. Can I be right back? Mr. Kokomo suggested he was just going to approach Your Honor with the court's permission.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Kokomo said that he would just approach with the court's permission and show Investigator Belknap the tweets surrounding
He
it.
shows the state first.
The state hasn't, but yes.
Your Honor, thank you, Your
I
Honor.
can show the state first.
Sure. You have to show the prosecution. You have to ask permission and then go to.
You need to do it, Mr. Steve.
Okay. You want to come in? May we approach, Your Honor? May I approach? Can we come?
Sure.
I just asked Mr. Kokomo to come because it's his computer. But do me a favor, take a look at that to yourself. And then if you need help, there's a 2-page document. He's going to show you the 17.
First page.
Okay.
Okay. Have you had time to read those or look at them, review them?
I scanned over them. The second page was fairly small on the screen, so I didn't read all of them, but I was able to scan them.
You oriented at least?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I'm going to move under the rule of completeness for Mr. Williams, number 43. It's a two-page document that'll go on the thumb drive, Your Honor. I've already served the state last week, I believe.
Your Honor, the state would object based on, there are a number of different tweets that are in violation of the rule of completeness.
Which tweets are you trying to, can I call course, please?
Mr. Kokomo needs a moment, if that's okay.
Okay.
John, may I just have a second?
Second, sir?
I just have 1 second, see how long it's gonna take.
Yes, sir.
We are having an issue, and I don't want to hold up anybody. With the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo show on the computer Mr. Williams number 43, and we can read it that way, and we'll just read it to the jury, okay?
I'm being told I need to take a comfort break, so you got 10 minutes, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a comfort break, okay? All right. So in that period of time, so you all right now.
Thank you, sir.
All right, all rise. All right, jury is dismissed. Mr. Belknap, during recess.
Summon our jurors, please. Bless you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Steele, have you gotten your exhibit together? Defendant Williams, 43, they've been admitted, you may publish.
Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind, with the court's permission.
Do you need me to repeat? Okay, can you see that?
I can.
From where you're sitting?
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Now, you know how tweets work? You go left side bottom up and then right side bottom up. Are you familiar with that?
Typically, tweets are in, kind of one single stream format, so depending on how these are laid out.
These are bottom up.
Okay.
Okay, let's start on the left-hand side. Okay. You see that photograph?
I do.
Now, you mentioned that photograph on direct examination yesterday. Do you recall that?
I do.
And that is Mr. Walter Murphy, right?
Yes, it is.
And he's also known as DK, right?
Yes, he is.
And you've explained what DK stands for.
I did.
All right. And he's making with his right hand, do you see that you explained yesterday, he's making a Bloods gang sign?
I did.
All right. And then in the left hand, well, do you notice he's in a car?
Yes.
Or a vehicle, I shouldn't say a car. Is that true?
He is.
And it appears that he is in the back, maybe past driver's side. And if that's wrong, just say that's wrong.
It does look, that's correct.
All right. And then, and Mr. Kokomo blows it up a little bit. In his left hand, he is holding the cover to Mr. Williams' album that you talked about, or mixtape you talked about yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you see where it says Young Thug ICFN3?
I do.
And you already told the jurors, but just for completeness, that stands for I came from nothing, in your opinion, right?
Correct.
And this is the third set, or the third series?
Yes.
All right, and it's music?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then if Mr. Kokomo would do me a favor, we read that tweet, and that's the one that the state put in, also a different state's number, but my blood brother at cartel_DK #I, and then a 5 instead of a C, FN3 on the way dough. You see that?
Yes.
All right. And you talked about that yesterday, correct?
I did.
And what you found interesting was the fact that DK is holding a blood sign called My Blood Brother, and the C, as in I came from nothing, is turned into a 5. And if I missed something, I'm not trying to, but that's basically a summary of what you said about that.
Yes.
All right, I'd like to complete those tweets, okay? I'd like to talk to you with them, okay? Yes? This is number 43, Mr. Williams. All right, so the next tweet would be the one that the state already put in that we were talking about. Follow my little bros at cartel_DK at rock crew _little rod right now, right?
Yes, sir.
And they're the same dates, right?
It is.
July 1, 2012. And Mr. Kokomo can help us out and show the next two tweets, or the next tweet. And that one is also the same date of July 1, 2012. It's also Mr. Williams' handle, and it says in Tennessee, or TN, with my bros at cartel_DK at rock crew _little rod hashtag We Working, right?
Yes.
Okay, and did you know when you testified yesterday to the bottom two tweets that these were tweeted on the way to Tennessee, Chattanooga, to perform in the Stop the Violence?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I asked him if he knew.
Overruled objection.
I did not.
Okay, now, I'm going to go, I believe, to the right-hand side of that same Mr. Williams, number 43. We start at the bottom. And again, same date, and Mr. Williams, or whomever, is writing, this mixtape is a true definition of where I came from, and then ... nothing. And that's a play on the title of the album, right, or the mixtape, right?
It does appear to be yes.
Talking about music, right?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, the next one, same date, the tweet reads, Mr. Williams' Twitter, turn nothing into something today, correct?
Yes.
That's an inspirational saying, would you agree?
Sure.
Okay, and also a play on the mixtape, I Came From Nothing, right?
Yes.
All right. The next one is on the same date, correct?
It is.
So July 1, and then it says, seriously, excuse me, I apologize. Seriously, though, to progress, we gotta hashtag stop the violence. You see that?
I do.
You were unaware of that when you were telling the jurors yesterday about the importance of these tweets, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the last one on this page of Mr. Williams, number 43, says, same date, Chattown, we here for the, well, it said, hashtag Stop the Violence campaign, Wasim, which you already said what that means yesterday, right?
Yeah, I remember we discussed it yesterday.
You know what Wasim means?
It essentially means what's happening or what's up.
Okay. And Chattown, you know that to be a shortened version of Chattanooga, Tennessee?
I do.
All right. And were you familiar at any time about the Stop the Violence campaign and concert that occurred on July 1, 2012?
If you're asking about it at any time, I don't remember if I was aware of it in 2012.
Are you aware of it today as you sit here testifying?
I am now, but I had not, there's not my recollections today when I sat down here.
You aware that this was in response to Trayvon Martin getting killed and other people?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Asking if he's aware.
Overruled objection.
No, sir.
You aware that Trayvon Martin was killed earlier that year, February?
I wouldn't have recalled the year exactly, but that I couldn't dispute that's the time frame when that happened.
Now, understanding these contexts of the tweets that we just went through on Mr. Williams' 43W, which I included the state's tweets that you talked about yesterday, okay? I want to ask you a couple of questions. All these tweets are about listen to Jeffrey's music, get on DK, cartel underscore DK, and hashtag, and at Rock Crew, Little Rod, about his music. You realize that?
I think the question may have changed in the middle. Would you
realize it's all about his music?
Objection, Your Honor, that'd be speculation.
Do you realize?
I'm saying that's the form of the question too.
Okay. Do you realize that it's all about music?
Objection, Your Honor, I'm still going to speculation in the speaker's mindset.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you know, as you sit here today, don't speculate, that it's all about, all these tweets are about music?
Objection, Your Honor, that's the same question. But he's telling him not to speculate, but he would be speculating.
I sustain the objection.
All right. Let's do this. Let's go to State's Exhibit number 34. And I believe there were several, so let's do the top one, if that's okay. I'm sorry, can you help me with State's Exhibit 34? What'd you say? Okay. The top one, if you can, you can put them all on the top one, is what I'm focused on. 34W. Okay, do you see 34W? I apologize, he did.
I do.
Okay, and do you remember that, discussing that tweet?
I do.
And do you remember explaining to the jury that this was, according to the tweet, January 31, 2013, and reading it to them, I'm in love with SMM, we having a baby. You remember that?
I do.
Your Honor, I would object. That's not Stacey 034W.
That is,
He said 43W.
I said 34W, the top one.
That's Stacey 034W has multiple.
Right, I just did the top one.
He did say 34W.
Yeah, the top one. I'm taking them individually.
Okay, so you're taking a portion of 34W.
Correct, the top, the most highest tweet, yes. Do you remember this tweet?
I do.
Okay. Were you aware that the tweet on the same day before this tweeted out the song, or tweeted out Young Thug times Player times Bloody J hyphen Against Me Productions
Objection.
and a
hearsay.
YouTube? Were you aware of it? Puts it in context.
Objection, hearsay, no.
Oh, objection.
Were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, could you ask again?
Yeah. Were you aware that the tweet before this tweet that you talked about with the state discusses a song?
Yes.
Okay, and the song Against Me, you're familiar with that song?
I don't remember if I've heard the song, but I do recollect that there was a relationship between this and the posting of a video.
And are you aware that I'm in love with SMM, we having a baby, is the line in a song Against Me?
I don't recall knowing that it was a line in the song, but I wouldn't dispute that it is.
Well, I'm going to, with the court's permission, play that portion, just that portion of that song Against Me.
Your
Okay?
Honor, I would
It'd be
object.
an improper foundation, Mr. Steele. He's already acknowledged. He says he agrees with me, so there's no need to play the statement.
Why didn't you tell the jury yesterday that that tweet is, in context, a quotation from a song?
And I would say objection, Your Honor, to the question because only one person can say it's in context.
I'm gonna sustain the state's objection, okay?
You knew yesterday, you just testified that this was a lyric in a song, right?
Yes, I do recall that it was related to a song, yes.
And you knew yesterday that the tweet before this plays or go onto YouTube for that song, right?
I didn't recall yesterday where in order these tweets were.
But now you know.
I do.
Okay, so that is simply, stage 34W is simply a song lyric, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know, if you know, from whatever, just living, do you ever know that people on social media put on quotes from movies? You aware of that ever happening?
Sure.
Books?
Absolutely.
Inspirational phrases?
Definitely.
Songs?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to 36W. And we'll show you that tweet if it refreshes your memory, just to get oriented when Mr. Kokomo is prepared to do that, if that's okay with the court. Can you orient yourself with that 36W you testified about? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And this is February 5, 2013, fair to say?
It is.
And all these are Mr. Williams' tweets, or his Twitter account, right?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the words, "Don't worry if I'm shooting as long as you get shot," right?
I did.
Now, were you aware when you were testifying yesterday that the two tweets before this tweet were Well, were you aware what they were?
No, sir.
You were now?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Were you aware that Mr. Williams' 3 consecutive tweets, including this one, were tweeting out Lil Wayne songs,
Objection.
lyrics to songs?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It would be hearsay, it would be out of context, we don't have the date of any of those tweets.
I sustain the
in
question.
They're the same exact day. They were immediately before. I'm putting it in context.
Your Honor, objection, just because Mr. Steele saying it's in context is not.
I sustain the question, Mr. Foreman. Mr. Steele, you have to read.
All right, let me show you, with the court's permission, on Mr. Kokomo's computer, the tweets before. I've already given this to the state, Your Honor.
It would be excellent.
Just make sure that Mr. Kokomo, before he approaches the witness, that he shows the state and you go with him.
Yes, sir. Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah.
I have.
Okay. And do you recognize those are the tweets on the same day that the tweet in 36W?
I do.
And, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, and it's number 44.
Can I see it, please? Just hand it to Mr. Kearns, please. All right, any objection to defend Williams 44 whiskey, 3 tweets?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Improper context, not the rule of completeness.
I'm over the objection. Okay. I'll admit defendant Williams 44 W those 3 tweets. That may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, sir. And when Mr. Kokomo publishes them, we're going to orient the jury, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and if you need these played for you with the court's permission, we can play the songs. Do you realize, you see the bottom, we're going to do bottom to top, okay?
Yes.
The top tweet is what you talked about with the state yesterday. You see that? Don't worry if I'm shooting, long as you get shot. You see that?
I do.
All right, let's start at the bottom just for completeness. Same date, correct?
Yes, sir.
February 5, 2013. And Mr. Williams' Twitter account wrote, "Is the auto-tune on?" with all these question marks. You see that?
I do.
All right. And are you familiar, or do you know that that is a lyric from Lil Wayne's song called Ice Cream?
I don't, but I wouldn't dispute that it's true.
Okay. Do you want to hear it?
No.
To ensure that it's true.
He said he doesn't doubt you, Mr. Steele.
Okay. The next tweet is 1, and then there's a -900, -who, -want, -it, -I, -deliver, and then 2 exclamation points, if I read that fairly. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Same date, right?
It is.
Immediately before the tweet that you spoke about to the jurors yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you realize that that is a Lil Wayne lyric of a song also in 2009, Ice Cream?
I'm not, but I wouldn't dispute that it is.
Okay, and if you want to hear it, we can do that, okay?
I don't think that's necessary.
All right, and then the last one, the one that is in stage 36, the one you testified to yesterday, about don't worry if I'm shooting, long as you get shot. That's the third one in the sequence, fair to say?
It is.
And that one, do you know yesterday when you testified, that is a Lil Wayne song called Banned, B-A-N-N-E-D.
No, sir.
You didn't know that when you testified?
No, sir.
No one told you?
No, sir.
The state didn't share with you these lyrics that I gave them?
They did not.
Okay. All right, let's go to number... There's nothing wrong with illegal with tweeting out words of a song, is there?
No, there's not.
Let's go to number 45W, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
And this is a grouping of, well, let's show State's Exhibit 45, and then we'll ask questions, okay? Now, do you remember, and maybe Mr. Kokomo can make them bigger just to make it individual until, we'll go one by one. But do you remember this being State's Exhibit number 45? If you don't remember the number, do you remember it being an exhibit that you talked about yesterday?
I do.
Okay. Let's just go in order, but we'll start at the bottom again, like we always do. And if Mr. Kokomo can blow it up a little bit. You see the very bottom tweet, and it says, again, Young Thug and the True Religion, and then Young Thug, September 14, 2011. You see that?
I do.
All right. And then it has the writing, I like the YouTube video, and then gives the jump site, and then Young Thug Rock Crew, Curtains featuring the real crew, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar, are you not, that Curtains is a song?
I am.
Okay, you didn't tell that to juries yesterday, did you?
Well, I wasn't asked about that.
Okay, that's fine. But you would have told them if you were asked, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says FT featuring, you know that to mean that that person, the real crew or people, they're actually performing on that.
Yes, I do.
And featuring means that you're not really the main artist on it, but you have a portion of that work. Is that fair to say?
It is.
All right. The one above it, if we can read that. Now, just to be fair, the State's Exhibit 45W, they're not all on the same day. These are not sequential, right?
They do not appear to be sequential.
So this one is now approximately 11 days earlier, and it's September 3rd, 2011. You see that?
I do.
Okay, and this one reads, I favorited a YouTube video, and again, it gives the YouTube site, Young Thug, Rock Crew, -education. You see that?
Yes.
And you knew yesterday when you were testifying about this, that education is a song, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't tell it to jury, I'm assuming because you weren't asked, right?
Certainly, yes.
But you would have told them, right?
If I was asked, of course.
Nothing wrong with showing people, hey, there's a song that I want you to listen to, is there?
No, sir.
Okay. The next one, I'm actually going to skip only because I'm going to come back to it if that's okay with you.
Sure.
All right, but then I promise you we'll cover it all, but go to the top, second to the top one. And you see that one is also on September 3rd. You see that?
Yes.
All right. And again, it says, I like that YouTube video, and then it gives the video site at Young Thug Rock Crew, No Thinking, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew yesterday when you were testifying that No Thinking is a song, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I apologize. You knew yesterday when you were testifying that No Thinking is a song?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming it's the same answer, but I don't want to assume you didn't tell that to the jury. Not that you were hiding it, you just weren't asked.
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing wrong with tweeting a song, right?
There's not.
And tweeting the YouTube site to listen to the song, is there?
No, there isn't.
Okay, and then the top of that page of 30, that's wrong, 43W, States 43W. That one is on a different day, September 6, 2011, right?
Yes.
And it says, "We pulling curtains on them," and then in parentheses, "rock crew, know that I'm worthy," end quote, and then at YouTube, right?
Yes.
And that again is a song, right?
The YouTube link, yes.
Okay, and that's what curtains is?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing again illegal about that?
There is not.
All right, let's go to the center of State's Exhibit 45. I want to talk to you about that.
Okay.
Remember you, and this is a different date, right? It's right before New Year's on 2011, December 29th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it actually says photo on, I would say but the avenue with the rock crew, and C was changed to K, exclamation point, shout out to, and then it gives John Rowe Visions. You see that?
Yes.
And you knew yesterday, when you remember talking about this?
I do.
All right. You knew yesterday that John Rowe Visions is a person who was the videographer or photographer, both.
I didn't know that, but that was my belief.
Okay. And again, no one asked you about that, so that, yesterday, right? No one
Yes.
asked. Okay. And this is a shout out. Tell jurors what S/O means, and explain what it means, not just my word shout out.
Okay, so as you said, S/O typically means shout out, which means to voice someone's name or mention someone in social media to expose them or kind of put them out there as a way to promote or support them.
And then you showed a picture, and just for completeness, inside of the, I'll call it a rectangle, it just says Young Thug World, the blog, Tumblr, right?
Yes, it does.
And then underneath it, Young Thug World, the blog.
That's right.
And then the same thing that's written in the caption on the avenue with the rock crew, 3 exclamation points, shout out to the same person, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there's a photograph, correct?
There is.
And you talked about that yesterday.
Yes, sir.
That was State's 45WA, I believe. Can we show that photograph? And that, I call it a post-it note, that wasn't put there by you, was it?
No, it was not.
We would ask that it be taken down, and that's not the appropriate exhibit.
I agree, except that's how the State's exhibit read.
That's not.
It needs to be redacted, sir.
We can put up a 45W that we can.
That's fine. Do you mind doing that? Thank you. Okay, there it is. Would you just mind making it a little bigger if you can without losing any of the writing on? And this is, Your Honor, we moved over to State's Exhibit 45WA as in Elisa Alpha.
Whiskey Alpha. Yes, I'll note that, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right. On this page in the center, you identified some people yesterday. You remember that?
I do.
Mr. Murphy, Mr. Williams. You identified actually 2 or 3 others. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the person who took the picture, or potentially took the picture, is given the shout out, right?
I would interpret it that way, yes.
Given the praise, I guess, that this person does this type of work. Thank you, or something, whatever the right phrase is, right?
Yeah, that's how I would interpret that.
Okay. And in this picture, there is nothing illegal, right? People making gang signs, which you identified yesterday, wearing a red bandana around the face of that gentleman in the center back. But am I correct?
Yeah, I don't believe this picture captures any illegal activity.
Okay. And then it promotes, through Mr. Williams' Tumblr, it promotes the photographer or videographer, whatever we want to call that person, right?
Yeah, in terms of a shout out, it does.
Because what happens on social media is if I give you a shout out on social media, people may start to follow you. Is that fair to say?
It is.
And the more followers you have, the more interest in what you're doing people are exposed to, right?
Certainly.
And the more, if you're in a business, let's say you were marketing yourself for like entertainment, the more followers you have, the more interest they may have in like your clothing line or your music. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say.
So this is kind of like self-promotion and sharing with other people, right?
Objection, speculation.
I'm not asking anyone to speculate.
I'm a standing objection just a moment.
This could be all done, if you know, from an iPhone, right?
Sure.
You don't need to have some corporation behind you doing HR and advertising in magazines or newspapers, right? This could be just a picture and you're on the internet.
Yes.
Okay. All right, now, on the right-hand side of State's Exhibit 45W, if you can pull it over a little bit, if you're able. You're familiar with that, I assume, correct?
I am.
And that is, and we're going to hear it maybe later today, but we heard a little bit yesterday. Remember you talked about the song Danny Glover?
I did.
And you're familiar with that song by Jeffrey Williams, right?
Yes.
And that came out in approximately 2012, 2013, 2014. I know the date, but somewhere in there.
Yes, it did.
And that song was extremely popular. Is that your knowledge?
I do believe it was very popular.
It went around the world, actually. Meaning it was played all over the world. If you don't know.
I didn't understand what the question was.
That song was so popular, it had hits all over the world.
I don't know what its global reach was, but it was a very popular song.
Okay. And the name of the song was what it says there, Young Thug Danny Glover, right?
Yes.
And then underneath that is all promotional. Would that be fair to say?
It is.
And we'll go line by line, but you see where it has kind of almost centered, but Young Thug World 1017, you see that?
I do.
And you know what the 1017 is, right?
I do.
Tell the jurors.
It's a record label.
And you know whose record label?
Yes.
Tell the jurors.
Gucci Mane.
And you know where 1017 comes from, right?
I don't recall.
That's fine. That's fine. And tell the jurors who some of them may not know, some of them may know who Gucci Mane is.
He's a rapper and producer.
Okay. And in this year, approximately, what would it be, 2012, he was very, very well known. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. And the way I got 2012, by the way, you know how I did that?
How you did what?
About 2012 or maybe 2013. See where it says posted 11 years ago?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then depending upon when that was captured, it might have been, 12 years ago now, et cetera, right?
Okay.
Okay. The next line is booking and features email. You see that?
Yes.
And that's for Mr. Williams if somebody wants him to perform, right?
Yes.
And it gives the email address and a Gmail address as well as a phone number, right?
It does.
And it gives beats at youngthugbeats@gmail.com. You see that? People want to give beats so that he may take them, use them.
Yes.
And it says Team YSL. You see that?
I do.
And then Team Brick Squad. You see that?
I do.
And YSL by this time is what Mr. Williams is using as his record label, right?
So not knowing exactly when this was published, I believe it was probably already incorporated by then.
Okay. Incorporated or not, though, he was singing about YSL and using YSL.
He
as a
was.
record label. Okay.
Okay.
Now, I'm assuming, I don't want to assume, you went through that entire Tumblr account to educate yourself for your testimony for the jurors. Am I correct?
No, sir. This is the only post from this Tumblr account that I've reviewed.
You didn't look at all of Mr. Williams' Tumblr account?
No, sir.
How did you know to review this one picture?
Well, when the state asked me to review these particular tweets, this is one that was linked within one of the tweets I was asked to review, and I was asked to review this post from that link.
You weren't curious to know what else is on that Tumblr account?
I was not, no.
Well, since you come back, I'm inviting you to look at it if you want to. But every one of those posts has to do with music. Do you realize that?
Objection and hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
Testifying.
Do you know, as you sit here, what all the other Tumblr posts deal with?
Objection.
Basis.
It would be speculation because he said he has not
I
reviewed.
sustain the objection.
You do me a favor. If you come back, which I'll call you if you need, I want you to review all that Tumblr, okay?
Sure.
Account. And then you tell the jurors everything else that's on that Tumblr account, okay?
Sure.
And tell them if it has anything other than music-oriented promotion, okay?
Well, I would say even this photo has more than just music promotion.
That's great. Okay. Let's go to number... I think it's 50. Give me 1 second. Let's go to 50. I'm sorry, that's State's Exhibit 50. And there's a whole series of tweets on that one page, so on that one exhibit. So we'll go slow if that's okay. All right, we are showing now what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 50W. And I'd like to go through these with you if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay, starting at the bottom. It's September 10th, 2012, correct?
Yes, it is.
And just, no one's trying to confuse anybody, but these dates are all kind of mixed up. Is that fair to say?
It is.
On this exhibit, okay. We'll identify the date that we're looking at, okay? So this is the very bottom one, September 12th, 2012, and you see the bottom, it's in quotes, and it says, at Latay125, colon, at Young Thug World Blood, colon, what up, bro? You see that?
I do.
And I believe you made it clear, but just to make sure, the quotes was what Mr. Williams or whomever is responded to. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so what was written was, what's up, bro?
By Mr. Williams in response, yes.
And I'm just being fair to everybody. I'm not saying it wasn't Mr. Williams, but it may not have been him if somebody else had his account. But whomever, the tweet went out on that account, what's up, bro? Fair to say?
Yes.
I mean, that's a fair way to say it, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, that's the, and I think you cover this with the Honorable Mr. Shard, but the fact that some of them are, and you can look at the screen, some words are bolded, that's just a search that was done by somebody, right?
That would be what I would believe happened, but again, I wasn't the one who pulled these, so I don't want to testify to what actually happened.
If it's not, if I'm wrong, just when you come back, just tell me I was wrong.
If I know, I will.
Okay. Let's go to the second one, or the second from bottom. You see that one? It's February 4, 2013?
I do.
And this tweet is, I have 2 mixtapes dropping by July with 2 exclamation points, True Blood, and I'm just going to use the words. If I'm wrong, just tell me. I came from nothing for, first True Blood, then I came from nothing for, 2 exclamation points. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you know that I came from nothing, now we're up to 4. Remember 3 was earlier, going to Chattanooga, Tennessee for Stop the Violence?
I do.
Okay, and this is now another mixtape. There was a series of them, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that True Blood was also a mixtape?
Yes.
And you realize that that was never released?
I don't know whether it was or not.
Okay, but you know it was a mixtape?
Yes.
Okay, so that tweet deals again with music, right?
It does.
Okay.
Not only with music, but it does deal with music.
Okay. And you said, I'm not trying to cut you off, but you said it doesn't only deal with music, so can you explain what you mean?
Well, in each of these tweets that we've looked at so far, including this one, and I'm assuming others that we're going to review, certainly they involve music, but they also involve Mr. Williams' gang affiliation, which he has chosen to incorporate into the music into his posts and into the posts of his associates as well.
Let me ask you a couple things about that. First of all, associates, what did you say, gang associates, is that right?
I don't know if I'd say gang associates or just his associates.
Okay. I promise you we're going to come back to State's Exhibit number 50W, but can we follow up with some of your answers just now, if you don't mind?
Of course.
All right. When you say associating with associates, if I was helped out in my community by others in the community, whomever, and I didn't cut ties with them as I started to gain popularity and traction and have some modicum of success, what's wrong with that?
In and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that.
And if let's say I wasn't, let's say I was an entertainer, I was a sports person or a book writer or a movie critic or a gangster rapper, okay? And I wanted to shout out to my associates that helped me along the way. What is wrong with them?
There's certainly nothing illegal about that.
And if my associates, and I'm not saying they were, but if they were doing things that were against the law, but I still maintained relationships and shout-outs, what is wrong with that?
Well, and to be clear, Mr. Chair, I don't believe that was my testimony, that there was something wrong with that specifically. And that simple action alone is not illegal or something criminal.
Okay. So when you just said these two tweets, and I'm not picking on you, I just want to ask you, these two tweets have more than just music. It has, and I thought you said gang association, but you said association. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
There's nothing illegal about that, no.
Okay, let's go back to State's Exhibit number 50W, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
But we're now going to go when Mr. Kokomo can do it on the third tweet from the bottom, if that's okay. Now, it's I'm just stressing this just to show, you know, and I know you didn't do this, but this is now May 15, 2012, correct?
It is.
All right. And that's when we're focused on. It says, "Where my blood bro be at on Cleveland." You see that?
Yes.
And you were interested in the Cleveland instead of Cleveland and blood bro, I think. Fair to say?
It is.
And when I say you, I mean your testimony.
Of course.
I know you didn't pull the tweets, but that's what you talked about,
Right.
Now, have you ever personally tried to invent yourself as an entertainer, somebody that the people want to absorb your thinking and your conduct and, you know, follow you? Have you ever done something like that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
That's fine. Have you ever been in a position where you wanted people to listen to you, that you have a voice and you wanted people to hear that voice?
I think as much as anybody does.
Have you ever gotten on a social media account to put out your personal thoughts and try to get people to follow you?
I have not.
Okay. You know people do that.
Oh, certainly.
And you know that this Twitter account is public, right?
Yes, it is.
Meaning any of the jurors, the honorable, the best court reporter, they can get on Twitter and look these up for themselves, right?
They certainly could.
And knowing that this is public, and if a person, let's say Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams, wanted to promote himself to anybody, and brand himself, what is wrong with using terms like, "Where my blood bro at Cleveland"? What is wrong with that?
So again, I have not been asked to testify about something being right or wrong, nor do I believe that's been my testimony.
And when I say right or wrong, I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about legality. What's illegal about that?
There's nothing illegal about that specific act.
And if you want people to follow you and get behind you of your character, that you're a gangster rapper, and you have to promote that hard, and you're fearless, and you won't back down, what is wrong with putting that out on social media?
Objection, Your Honor, that'd be speculation, that'd be going to someone else's mind state.
I sustain the objection.
What is illegal about trying a gangster rapper? You know what that expression means?
I do.
You know what gangster rap is?
I do.
Just tell the jurors your understanding of gangster rap.
So gangster rap, this may not be the best definition ever, but it's rap music that specifically talks about the gangster lifestyle, which may involve criminal activity and things of that nature.
And if a person sings about that, you know that they also may, you don't have to, put out videos about that, right?
Certainly, yes.
And they may want to portray themselves as that gangster, right?
They may.
And they may want to put out music videos with guns in it, right?
Absolutely.
And gang signs in it, right?
At times, yes.
And threats in the songs, right?
There are, yes.
And we're going to do a drive-by shooting, right?
Certainly.
And drug sales.
Yes.
Or get high.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, any sort of things to promote that brand. That's all, you know that happens, right?
The question kind of went in two directions. But
that happens, right?
It does.
Okay. And there's nothing illegal in America or in Georgia of doing that, is there?
Those specific acts in the hypothetical, no, there's not.
All right. Let's go to, oh my gosh, that's number 4, if you don't mind. You see that the fourth one is January 31, 2013?
I do.
See that one, sir?
Yes.
And I believe it reads, if I'm not doing it right, just correct me. Salute to all my slimes, all my bloods, all the thugs. You see that?
I do. And
this goes out across anybody with Twitter in 2013, right?
I don't know that it goes out to everybody on Twitter, but I understand what you're asking. It's available on Twitter, yes.
Okay, so, and thank you. So it's available on Twitter, and then a person who follows Mr. Williams or follows somebody who follows Mr. Williams could be introduced to all this, right?
Yes.
And that's how you get fan base. You realize that?
It can be, certainly.
Yeah, okay. And if you are creating this brand that you got slimes and you got bloods and you got thugs and you're singing about that, then this is promotion also, right?
Objection, Your Honor, it's speculation and.
It could be promotion. Do you believe that to be true? Okay. What is illegal about saying salute to all my slimes, all my bloods, and all the thugs? I didn't say and, all the thugs.
In and of itself, there is nothing illegal about that tweet.
All right, let's go to the next one up. January 11, 2013, you see that one?
I do.
And I believe you talked about this one yesterday, because you didn't talk about all these tweets yesterday, but I believe you talked about this one. Am I correct?
Yeah, probably.
All right, and it says, all my bloods, hashtag twisted, we cross with the C is gone and a K is there, and N out, hashtag black. You see all that?
I do.
Okay. And are you aware that the hashtag before twisted is a way to get people to go to that place on Twitter?
Objection, Your Honor, that is speculation.
If you know.
I sustain the objection.
Are you aware that putting a hashtag in front of a word on Twitter, what that does?
I am.
Tell the jurors.
Again, this may not be the best explanation ever, but placing the hashtag in front of a word makes that term searchable, and it helps aggregate the mentions of that word in different tweets.
Did you know yesterday when you were testifying that hashtag twisted, that is a song by someone named Sky Pad War? Were you aware of that?
I don't believe I knew who the artist was, no.
Okay, you knew it was a song though?
I can't remember if I knew if it was a song or not. I believe that I thought it was.
Do you know it's a song today?
No, I don't know any more than I did yesterday.
All right, well, if I'm wrong, you'll come back and tell us, okay?
I sure.
And then the next line, we cross an N or A-N out. You see that?
I do.
Okay, and you're familiar that that is also a lyric from a song, right?
Yes.
And I don't believe you told the jurors that yesterday. Can you explain why not?
I don't believe I was asked, although this lyric also was part of another video that the jury viewed, so I think they were likely aware of that.
Okay, then we're going to go into the video as well, since you brought up, okay?
Sure.
But that line is a line out of the song Cross Out, right?
I believe the name of the song was Triple Cross. I think so.
It's fine, we'll show the jurors.
Okay.
And that is a line in a song by Ola Player, who you said is Mr. Micah Anderson, correct?
Yeah, and I think the song is Triple Cross King, although that may not be the official title of the song.
That's fine. And Bloody J, right?
Yes.
What's his real name again?
Which one?
Mr. Bloody J.
Justin Ushery.
Thank you, Mr. Ushery. And Young Scooter, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What is illegal, I shouldn't say wrong, about posting on Twitter, January 11, 2013, to all Jeffrey's followers and whomever, 2 other people to promote their music?
There's nothing illegal about that tweet.
All right, let's go to the one above it, if you don't mind, on State's Exhibit 50W. You see that, January 30th, 2013?
I do.
And I'm not going to say it, but it says new SH blank T, true SH blank T, blood SH blank T, and two exclamation points, hyphen, Young Thug, hyphen, hyphen, Bloody J, hyphen, I'm saying hyphen, it's times, Bloody J, hyphen, Against Me Productions, and then you go to Ferrari, Smash, new February 13, and the YouTube link. You see all that?
I do.
Okay, and you already told the jurors, but Against Me is a song, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that promotes the song, right?
It does.
All right. The one above it is September 17, 2012. True Blood, Gonna Be a Fool. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And True Blood, you know that's the album or the mixtape, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's music, right?
It is.
Okay, and then the very top one is Happy B-Day at Birdman 5-star with I think it's 5 dots, Love You Blood, and then maybe 4 dots. Is that fair, what I'm saying?
That's as close as it needs to be, I think.
Okay, and that's February 16, 2014.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that person, you already said you believe, and you testified that is a gentleman known as an artist and promoter and record label owner, Birdman, but name is Brian Williams. Is that true?
It is.
Okay. And it's a happy birthday, Love You Blood.
It does.
All right. Now, let's stop for a moment and talk about the gentleman who just speak of, Mr. Brian Williams, okay?
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? I don't think you Your Honor, I am going to mark Mr. Williams, I think it's number 44.
You've already got 44 weeks.
45. Do you know when we're referring to? Honorable Judge Glanville, may I approach?
Have you seen, Defendant Williams 45?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, yes, you may approach, sir.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm just going to hand you, Mr. Williams, number 45, and just do me a favor, take a peek at it, look at it yourself, and tell me when you're ready whether you can identify what's in Mr. Williams 45.
I can.
And is 45 something, the item depicted in 45, is that an accurate depiction of the way you have seen 45, if you have seen it in the past?
I don't remember if I've seen a specific photo in the past, so I couldn't say if it's accurate to something I've seen before.
Do you know who that person is?
I do.
And does that person look like the person who you believe that you know who it is?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen that person in person or on the internet?
I've never seen him in person.
So we're talking about the internet?
We are.
Okay. And does 45, Mr. Williams 45, accurately depict the way you understand that person looks?
Yeah, it does.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 45.
No objection.
All right, Defendant Williams for 45 is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you again. Nope. It was the states. So do you not have it? Could you put it? I did not read it. Thank you.
Tim.
Okay. Would you mind helping me out with the court's permission? Do you see what Mr. Kokomo has placed on the screen? They're in front of you, to your left, otherwise definitely behind you. And you have it in front of you as well. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And is that the gentleman who you identified as knowing as Mr. Brian Williams, performer known as, or business person known as Birdman?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go through some of these pictures, or this part of the picture with you, okay?
Okay.
Do you notice, and can you point for the jurors, so you're going to have to, if you don't mind, help us out?
Okay.
Anything that you would say in your expertise, study, training, is gang-related on that picture that you can show us?
So before I do anything, I'll preface it by saying that I don't know Mr. Williams, and so as a gang investigator, one thing that I recognize and that we've discussed here during my testimony is that many, if not most, gang identifiers can also be used in a context that's not gang-related, including some things that may be in this photograph, for instance, a 5-point star, even a red 5-point star. So without having a background on Mr. Williams, I would hesitate to say that any of his tattoos are necessarily gang tattoos.
And I am not saying that Mr. Brian Birdman Williams is in any way related to any type of gang. I'm just asking you, and you made that clear, and I appreciate that. I just want you to point out on his picture, Mr. Williams, number 45, anything that you believe may, I'm not saying they are, may be on somebody else, on me, be a gang identifier.
I would suggest your speculation is upon.
All right, point out for the jurors how many 5 stars you see in that picture.
All right, so you're asking me to point out, what now?
How many 5 stars you see?
You mean to count them or point them out?
Both.
Okay.
And then if there's any color to them, just show the jurors, tell the jurors the color you see.
Okay, so this appears, can't see the whole thing, but I would assume that's a 5-point star and it's red. This also is a 5-point star, so that's 2, 3, 4. I believe there's one here, you kind of can't see it on the screen, but that's 5. And the picture that I'm holding is a little clearer than what's on the screen.
They're the picture, and then orient the jurors on the screen. They'll have the picture.
So I believe this also is a 5-point star. There's one here, so I think we're up to 6. Believe there are 6.
Do you see anything else that would be potentially, I am not saying it is, potentially a, I think, you call it an identifier of a gang?
I'm sorry, just
in Mr. Williams, number 45.
That's just not how I really do this type of investigation.
One more time.
It's just not really how I would do this type of investigation.
Well, let's talk about this. Do you see right in the cheek, on the right side of the cheek, by the glasses, do you see 2 letters back to back? One of them is reversed, an R and a G, I would say. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And just point it out for ladies and gentlemen, jury, if you don't mind.
It's right here.
And do you know, if you do know, what RG is or stands for?
I do.
Tell the jurors what it is.
It stands for Rich Gang.
And tell them what that is.
No, there's a record label or imprint. Not sure what the technical term is.
Okay. And do you know who owns or, and if you don't, that's fine, that record label?
I don't know who the owner of the record label is, no.
Okay. Who's involved with it, if you know?
I mean, there's probably many people involved in it.
Okay. Is Mr. Williams, Brian Birdman Williams involved in it?
Yes.
And do you know when they existed, that record label?
I couldn't tell you the dates. It was in this time period that we're talking about, 2011, 12, 13.
Okay. And was Mr., not to be confused with Brian Williams, but was Mr. Jeffrey Williams, to your knowledge, part of Rich Gang?
Yes, he was.
And I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 56W, if you don't mind. Thank you. And when you get a chance, can you blow up the picture? Do you see in front of you that was 56W, and if not, it's at the bottom right?
I do.
Okay, you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And the gentleman on the right is Mr. Williams, fair to say?
Yes.
And the gentleman, I'm going to take that back. The person on the left is Mr. Copeland. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And they're both wearing what I would say is similar but inverted jerseys or sweatshirts. Is that a fair allegation, representation?
It is.
And one of them, Mr. Copeland, has a RG in red letters and white background, and underneath it, it looks like it's Rich Gang, but I don't see the I. You see that?
I do.
And then Mr. Williams has, it appears to be, it's not fully there, but the RG in white saying Rich Gang, it looks like, but not all letters there, and then stars, 5 stars. You see that underneath it?
I do.
And the sweatshirt, though, itself is red background, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, if you know, at the time of this photograph, is that merchandise from Rich Gang?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And merchandise is where people in entertainment make some money. Not necessarily all of it, but they make some money off merchandise, right?
They do.
And other people make money off merchandise, right? Other vendors.
Sure.
Okay. And what is illegal about wearing the Rich Gang attire?
There is nothing illegal about wearing the Rich Gang attire.
And what is illegal about wearing the Rich Gang attire along with a hand that you described, I'm going to use Mr. Williams' hand, left hand, as YSL. You see those letters?
Yes.
Okay. And would you do me a favor, just show the jurors how you get the YSL, just a Mr. Williams photo, if it helps you?
It's this hand sign right here.
Yeah, but just do the Y first, please.
Here would be the Y.
Yes?
Then I believe this, the curling of the hand fingers is going to form the S.
Show me the S.
This, the curling of the fingers in.
Okay. And what's the L?
The L is right here.
Okay. What is illegal about wearing that Rich Gang sweatshirt and putting up that sign?
There's nothing illegal about that, that combination of things.
Okay. And then posting it, that's still lawful, right?
It is lawful to post that.
All right. Okay. Now, you don't have any reason to believe that Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, with all those 5 stars, I think you had 6, whatever the number was, you're not saying that he is doing anything illegal, are you?
I don't believe there's anything illegal captured in this photograph.
Okay. Are you aware of the video, musical video lifestyle? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know of it, but I've not ever seen it.
Okay. Do you know what lifestyle is?
Do I know what lifestyle is?
In relation to Rich Gang?
Yes.
Tell the jurors.
It's a song.
And also, was that song wildly popular?
That I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you know if it had more than 600 million views?
I don't know how many views it's had.
Okay, you can check that too when you come back?
Sure. And where would I be checking? With views on what?
YouTube.
Okay.
It's easy to do, right?
Should be.
Okay. And were you aware that that was released approximately the time of Danny Glover in relationship?
I don't know when they were released in relation to each other.
All right. Do you know the song Stoner by Jeffrey Williams?
I do.
And is that song wildly popular?
To the extent that I know what we're defining as wildly popular, it was a very popular song.
Okay. And that was a song also went throughout the world, right?
I don't know its global reach, but it was a very popular song.
And that song came out about the same time as Danny Glover and Lifestyle and Stoner, if you know.
Yes, I do know, and that song did.
Okay. And by approximately, to put this in context, since we have Lifestyle and Rich Gang with a date, approximately, if it's true, and if you don't know, just say, I don't know. By 2012, 13, 14, Mr. Williams was very well known in the gangster rap industry. Is that fair to say? As a musician? If you know.
I stand the objection.
Do you know that he was working multiple times he was playing live every week for years. Were you aware of that?
I don't know what his live schedule was over all this time period.
Did you ever look at his Twitter account to see the promotion of every single week for years where he is performing?
I did see much of his promotion on his Twitter account. I don't recall every single week where he was performing.
If I showed it to you, would you remember it, you think? Would it refresh your memory?
Of course, I've seen the tweets of his promotion, and I'm not disputing that he was promoting his live performances.
So, would you agree that by 2012, 13, 14, he is traveling all over the country and the world?
Objection,
15.
speculation.
Do you know whether Mr. Williams, by 2015, was traveling all over the country and the world?
Same objection.
If you know. I asked if he knows.
Sustained objection.
Does the Twitter account show that he is performing all over the world by 2015?
I don't recall that specific time period where his Twitter account was showing that he was. I wouldn't dispute that he was performing wherever.
All right. And as he grew, as Mr. Williams grew as an entertainer, do you realize that his public platform, his Twitter account, his Instagram account, it had more and more followers? Do you know that?
Objection, relevant to speculation.
It's promotion.
I'll rule the objection.
You realize that, right?
I do believe his followers were increasing during that time period.
In fact, you know that he has millions of followers on his social media accounts, right?
I do.
And those followers, you know, some of them are fans, right?
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
You read the Twitter posts, right?
Which Twitter post are you referring to?
Any of them. They comment on his songs, on his music, on his fashion, everything he's doing.
I don't recall reading tweets from fans about his fashion or liking his songs or whatever.
You've never seen them?
Not that I can recall. Wouldn't dispute that his fans like his music, but I don't recall reviewing such tweets.
Okay. Let's do this. I would like to play, and I have to get the state's number. But you remember the video with the child being held, wiping the nose and holding up a blood gang sign? Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, I just don't know the number, but I'd like to play that. Yeah, okay, in 1 second, step back and get my notes.
You may, sir.
Thank you.
It's 55W, you can pull it up.
Thank you. Your Honor, may Mr. Remote play or put up, and then we're going to talk about it. 55W. Either way, whoever. You can do it, yeah, if you have it. Thank you.
You can publish 55W.
It's already in evidence, sir.
Yes. I heard.
Okay. Can you, yes, thank you. Yes, make it bigger. All right. Is that the beginning?
Yes.
Okay. I'd just like to talk with you about a couple of things. This is State's 55W, and thank you so much, Madam District Attorney. Do you see in the right-hand lower corner, do you see an object that says mixtape kitchen?
I do.
Okay, and then you see, and some people aren't old enough to know what that is, but, and you may not be old enough, but you see that being like a cassette tape that people of my age used to know?
I appreciate that. I'm old enough to remember cassette tapes.
Okay, and for people who don't know, just tell them what a cassette tape is, please.
Cassette tapes were a medium by which you could record audible sound. I used magnets to encode a strip of something inside the plastic cassette. That's probably the best explanation I can give you.
That's fine. And what year is this State's Exhibit 55 that we're about to go through? What year is this done?
This was, I believe, September 4th of 2009.
Okay, and if you're wrong, you can check whatever you need to see. We're not trying to get it wrong.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. And Mr. Williams, just for the ladies and gentlemen jury, would have just turned the age of 18 on this date. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and I apologize. This was not the video from 2009. This was from October the 25th of 2014.
2014?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well then he would have been approximately 23, 24.
Let's see, this, yeah, he'd been 23, I believe, at this time, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you already said to the ladies and gentlemen jury, those two people you see in the center of the screen, you identified them?
I did.
And the gentleman on the left hand, and it might be a little blurry, but can you identify that person?
I believe that's Marcel Mayfield.
All right. Now, we're going to play it, and with the district attorney's permission, we're going to stop it a couple of times, but if there's anything relevant that you say, hey, I have to tell you this, just tell me and we're going to stop it.
Relevant beyond what we talked about previously.
Yeah, anything that you say, hey, this is important. Okay?
Important to, I'm sorry, important to what?
Anything that comes into your mind, say, hey, you skipped something.
I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't understand what you're asking me to do.
If you see something that I don't stop the recording, that you say, hey, I'd like to discuss that, just say, I'd like to discuss that section, that's all.
I've testified to this on direct, so I'm not really sure what I'm willing to discuss at this point about this. I just don't understand what you're asking me to do.
Don't worry about it. We're good. All right, can you play 55W?
Just a successful lifestyle. Oh, yeah. Real speed, aka bleeding, nigga. Yeah. Man, but what's every day? You trip.
I just want to ask you a couple questions.
Absolutely.
Is it clear to you from a viewer, you weren't there when this was done, right?
I was not.
Is it clear to you as a viewer that people are aware that they're being recorded?
In this video?
Yeah, in this video.
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the videographer, who that person is?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Are you aware that this video was placed on public domain, Twitter?
I don't recall specifically knowing this video was posted to Twitter.
That's fine. But it was put in the public domain on a account, right?
Sure.
It was uploaded, whatever the right word is, right?
Yes.
Where anybody can get on it who is interested, right?
Sure.
All right. And this says, where's my strap, right?
It does.
And that wasn't put there by you, right?
It was not.
And for all you know, and I'm not saying you know definitively, but for all you know, that was part of this video.
As far as I know, it's part of the video.
Okay, so somebody wanted to stress the fact that they were looking for the gun, right? Well, is a strap a gun?
It is a slang term for a gun.
Okay. So somebody wanted to stress the fact that, hey, don't miss these words, where's the strap?
Objection, Your Honor, these speculations to why the person put, where's my strap?
I sustain the objection.
Well, that's what it says, right?
It does say that.
If you could continue. And then Mr. Williams, that's Mr. Williams, right?
It is.
All right, and then he's going to go back into the house and come out with a gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, if you don't mind playing that. Okay, you see that child?
I do.
And who is that child?
I don't know who that child is.
Who's the parent of that child?
I don't know who the parent of the child is.
And were you aware whether the videographer or somebody thought that we need to have a child do that's a gang sign with a gun, right? Did you see the child do the gang sign?
It's a compound question.
I sustain the objection.
Did you see the child right before we stopped to do a gang sign?
I did.
Okay. And then that looks, and maybe just pointing, but that potentially is a gun. Is that fair to say, the child?
Yes.
All right. Whose idea was it to film this with the child doing these gang signs and the gun?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you know, as you sit here testifying as an expert for the jury, whose idea that was?
I do not.
Do you know that people who are marketing try to, at times, do something to resonate and cause people who are watching or listening to remember? Do you know that?
Objection, vague and speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Are you aware that people who want to be remembered for something, at times, do something that is outrageous?
Objection, vague and speculation.
I sustain the objection.
This is a marketing tool. Would you agree?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Foreman.
You are aware that this mixtape kitchen relates to the song Danny Glover, aren't you?
No, sir.
You don't believe it's played at the end of this?
I think your question may not have been very clear. Mixtape Kitchen, I believe, is a media outlet, a web-based media outlet.
Okay. And then this State's Exhibit 55 goes on for, and I don't remember how long, but goes on for Is it 3.5 minutes? Okay, 3.5 minutes it says. You see that?
I don't.
That's fine.
I mean, yeah, however many minutes it is.
Okay. And are you aware that it's tied to the song Danny Glover in the studio? Remember that yesterday?
I do remember that it's part of the clip. I'm not sure what it's tied to.
Okay. Well, it's part of this exhibit.
It is.
Okay. Continue to play it if you don't mind. And we stopped it, Your Honor, at 44 seconds, 44:96.
All right.
Wipe it over, you know. Wipe Big B. Big B. Little baby rolling. Little baby rolling. This ain't no industry shit. We don't sleeve that can't fucking blend the slump in the fucking trench, man. Sleeve right now in the trench and keep pistols. Like you bitches. You keep a steal over shit a little, nigga. Cause you fucking good. Oh, you really not playing. On me.
We're stopping, Your Honor, at 1:18:18. Okay, now we just left the first cut of the mixtape kitchen, and you saw Mr. Williams display a gun, and you saw the gentleman behind display a gun. You remember that?
I do.
Okay, and the child continued to display what I would call gang signs, right?
He did.
And then Mr. Williams gave him a handshake or a fist bump, whatever happened, and then wiped his nose. The child, I think, wiped his nose. I don't remember, but whatever that showed. Is that all accurate?
That's pretty accurate.
All right. Now we're in a different segment, I would say. Everybody moves, or at least a videographer moved, right?
Yes, this is a different place.
Okay. And again, we're going to see a young girl who knows she's being recorded. At least it appears that she knows she's being recorded, and she points the gun at the screen. You remember all that?
I do.
And then Mr. Williams manipulated the gun, and then the red light came on. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And that's all part of this, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can show it. And we're starting the same place we just stopped, Your Honor.
Why is fucking there? Nah, real slank. Why is fucking there? Nah, real like you die by. Is you fucking there? Yeah. The left out, get her back up. Nah, I just have hang up the thousand for the whole line. Yeah. Somebody, everyone you fucking have, man. Look, right there, though. Look. See nigga going in, you finna watch his fucking nose. Straight like that. Hey, get what? At the end of the day, look, nigga with the camera, got the pussy too. Let me grab it. Yeah, niggas the kid though. Hold on. So y'all, we gonna like, yeah. Real nigga. Yeah. Like we bullying, nigga. Don't do it. Yeah. Ain't slime, you not my fucking kind, nigga. It's lime love all the fucking time. It's just fucking good. Young successful lifestyle, bitch. Yeah. What's you doing? Straight like that, boo. Okay, cool. Okay, boo, I love her. I'ma say, well, yes, I did it, brother. I'ma call my poppy for her fucking mother. I guess. Every time I feel that I hear me, let's do it. Don't take one to me like no. Don't let call outside that bitch got two bitch. Money stay like ATJ like two bitch. Who the fuck told you that you fucking fuckers up fuck on the beat? I guess it's causing out I fuck out runners and all of them dicks. No, I'm not missing, not from LA, but I got kids in the dick. I fuck it, I suck it, I beat it down, then she beat me to the ceiling.
Thank you. We play it to the end, Your Honor. Investigator. How much experience do you have with sending out to DJs, to followers, an exhibit like State's number 55W to promote music?
I've not ever engaged in music promotion.
Do you know how many people in year, and I'm not agreeing with you, by the way, but I understand that, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but I understand you're saying it's October 2014 or September 2014, I think you said?
Yeah, I believe this video is from October of 2014.
That's fine, and thank you. How many people were trying to get their music listened to by followers?
Objection relevant.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know the competitiveness of promoting a song?
Objection relevant.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know how many other musical artists use trailers, introductions before they go into their song to make people follow them, get interested in it? Do you know that?
I know that it's done. Do I know how many artists do it? Of course not, but it's regularly done.
And going back to Mr. Williams' number 45, where it's Brian Williams, Birdman, with all the tattoos on his head, etc., and the happy birthday blood, right? Remember that?
I do.
That could all be for entertainment purposes, right? The tattoos?
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know people who are in entertainment who get and act a certain way in order to put forward their brand?
Objection speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Ask if he knows people.
I sustain the objection.
You mentioned the gentleman who performed at the Super Bowl 2022? Remember that person?
I did.
Okay. And that person, you said, did a crip walk. Remember that?
I was asked if he did, and yes, he did.
I mean, you know that.
I do.
And he did other gang symbols, I guess, or identifiers, right?
He did.
Including his outfit, right? Do you remember the outfit?
I do.
It was like basically a bandana, a blue bandana, right?
Yes, it was.
And that also can promote his brand, right?
I don't know that it was promoting his brand. I believe that the use of gang identifiers is promoting the gang.
You don't believe that a person who has a brand like Young Thug, who is singing about being fearless, does not promote himself when he is wearing tattoos, gang signs, jewelry, etc. You don't believe that that's all promotion?
Objection, speculation, with votes at first.
I stand the objection.
Let's talk about do you have that one? Do you know what number it is? Or would you mind putting that?
Mr. Steele, before you launch or pause another question, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take a 10-minute comfort break, and then we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time. We're going to recess about 10 minutes, all right? All rise. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury's left us. We'll be in recess 10 minutes, okay? be seated again. Are you ready, Christina? All right, council, given the hour is like 5:20, I think we probably should stop for the day. We'll just reconvene tomorrow. Tomorrow will be our start 1 o'clock start time, so I'll have everybody come for 12:30, all right? Okay, all right, so I'm gonna call our jurors in and we'll just officially just dismiss everyone for the evening. Okay? All right, so with that, some of our jurors, Sergeant Ingram.
Sorry, I made a mess of those.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, if you probably noticed, the length of the day has, we have exhausted it. It's about 5:20. So I think from consulting our advocates, and just, I'm looking at you. It might be time for us to call it a day for today, and we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Remember that tomorrow is one of our half days, so I'm going to need you all to report for 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time, and then we're going to work until probably about the same time tomorrow. And to just refresh your recollection again, Friday we were out due to several folks and prior existing obligations, and then we'll start back up on Monday, okay? Monday the 12th. All right. Investigator Belknap, I'll go ahead and excuse you, sir. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:30. If you'd be so kind not to discuss your testimony, anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, any ministerial inquiry of me? Okay, anyone? Okay, how's the headquarters back there? Good? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go through our customary nightly ad nauseam admonitions. Please don't discuss anything that you have heard in the four walls of this courtroom with any third parties, to include loved ones or interested others. If anybody should try and approach you about what you have heard or considered so far, of course, you would need to know Sergeant Ingram or myself know immediately. Do not do any extra research. The only thing you can consider, as you all know, is anything that's presented within the four walls of this courtroom. Are you allowed to, now that you've heard some witnesses, to recap their testimonies? You're waiting for us back there? No. How about as you're coming in the morning, Wednesdays and Tuesdays? What do you think about such and such? No, you're not allowed to do that. That's correct. Are you allowed to listen to the media or any other recounts of maybe things that that are discussed or said about this trial? No, you're not allowed to do that, because the only thing you can consider is what's presented in the four walls of this courtroom, okay? All right. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Take another juror sticker. Again, as I close, as I do with you every evening on behalf of our advocates and those assembled, thank you for your patience. that you continue to give us, and will continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. Unless you have any other inquiry of me, ladies and gentlemen, anything? All right, going once, twice, 3 times, all right. So tomorrow, we will see you for 12:30, and once all of you have been accounted for, we'll go ahead and get started as close to 1 o'clock as we possibly can, okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, have a nice evening. And with that, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, counsels, anything I need to be made aware of or anything I need to take up before I release you for the evening?
Nothing to be made aware of. The state does have a question as to Thursday. I believe previously you may have said that we'll start in the afternoon on Thursday, and we wanted to know if the court was inclined to confirm or deny that assertion.
No, Thursday is a full day.
Thursday's a full day. Okay, thank you.
Friday is the day we're not in. Wednesday is the day tomorrow we're taking half a day.
Thank you,
Okay,
Your Honor.
all right? Anybody else? Okay. Folks, unless there's anything else, I will recess you all for the evening. I'll see you all tomorrow for around 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. And we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time. All right, so we're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please bring your electronic devices up, please.